Good afternoon. Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on ACPS TV and streamed on ACPS YouTube channel. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Please, everyone, pause for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies. Being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. If everyone would please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Moving on to item 2.03, approval of the minutes.
Move to approve as written.
Second.
Thank you. Do I have consensus? Thank you. Item 2.04, establish agenda order. Do I have a motion?
Move to. Sorry, I lost my words. Yes, move to proceed with agenda as printed.
Second.
Have consensus? Thank you. Item 2.05, recognitions. We have no recognitions today. Item 2.06, Educator of the Month. Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, President Tobin. Well, our December 2022 Educator of the Month is by all definitions a professional. She is consistently at work, always completing her job requirements with fidelity, and is always willing to pitch in without expecting anything in return. She is quick to lend a helping hand and is always helping staff with issues that may arise, both in the schoolhouse and at home. Her care and commitment to the students and staff is, in fact, stellar. Tony Scherer, mathematics teacher at Old Mill Middle School North. Ms. Scherer has been recognized by other county English language learner teachers for doing an amazing job in working with our ELL population. She modifies assessments by utilizing pictures and graphs and reaching out to the families of the ELL students that she serves who are struggling. She goes above and beyond to ensure that all her students receive a fair and equitable education. Tony works hard to meet all the expectations of AACPS. She is a team player and always puts the kids first. She looks for ways to get students and families engaged. She volunteers for school events and works closely with school administration and her department to ensure all her students are given the opportunities to be successful. Ms. Scherer maintains positive relationships with all stakeholders. She hosts students on her own time for lunches and clubs so the students have a safe space to go where they feel welcomed and comfortable. She promotes students' positive behaviors and showcases their talents by displaying their work. She makes her students feel cared for and supported. Tony Scherer, thank you for everything that you do for our students. The Board of Education is honored to recognize you as the Educator of the Month for December 2022. Congratulations. Would you please come forward to accept your award? Okay. Hold this up. Take some pictures. So on behalf of the board, I really would like to thank you. Reading that biography, it's an amazing biography. This is a person who cares. So Would you have a few things you'd like to say?
I never imagined me being an educator at all. Was not my life goal. It was kind of thrust upon me, taking care of my son, trying to get him to get caught up with everything. And I fell in love with education at that point. And now my goal is to just reach as many kids as I can, help as many kids as I can. I love it when they come back and they give me a hug. Feels good. So yeah, I love what I do, and I do what I do for them, not me. So thank you very much.
Once again, thank you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you so much.
Ms. Sherrick, can I ask why you thought you were here today?
So I'm sorry,
Why did you think you were here?
because
Oh, yes.
she said we were going to talk about learning loss in the classroom. She asked if I could discuss some things that I was seeing. So she's very sneaky. My principal, Miss Smith, my husband, Bob, and my son, Zachary.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we move to item 2.07, Employee of the Month, Ms. Shawn.
Good morning. Our Employee of the Month for December 2022 is a, quote, perpetual problem solver. No matter the task, she does it with a smile on her face and does it to the best of her ability. Andrea Galdi, kindergarten teacher assistant, Shipley's Choice Elementary School. Andrea is more than a teaching assistant. She is the heart of the school. She knows all the students in kindergarten and most of the school by name and greets them warmly each day. She greets everyone with an upbeat message and a happy smile. She's always willing to help. No matter the task, Andrea does it with a positive attitude. Whether it's lunch duty, bus duty, or working directly with students, Andrea excels and constantly seeks to streamline and improve the process for everyone. She's the Energizer Bunny, always buzzing around doing what she can to support the teachers and students. Ms. Galdi works every day to support the kindergarten team. She works with students in small groups and does everything she can to help them be successful. She invents creative ways to make tasks more efficient. She creates games to keep students quietly on task and is always willing to share her ideas with everyone. Andrea is the biggest cheerleader in the school. She is a key member of the school's Sunshine Committee. She bakes treats for the staff and frequently offers suggestions or ideas to promote a positive climate in school. Andrea Galdi, today the Board of Education recognizes you as the December 2022 Employee of the Month. Congratulations. Would you please come forward to accept the award? This is for you.
Thank you.
And we have so what lie did they tell you to bring you here today?
Oh my gosh, where do I start? So in any case, I'm so surprised that my family and my principal and my dear friend, kindergarten teacher, are here. So they all they lied. They all lied. I all consulted them about what I should talk about here today. But this is the best gift ever, so thank you.
That's great.
Thank you. Well, you learn something new about the people you love every day. So now we are going to move on to item 2.08, Volunteer of the Month, Ms. Frank.
Milton Berle once said, "If opportunity doesn't knock, build a door." This month's Volunteer of the Month didn't hear the knock of the PTSA, so she built the door by building the PTSA. Ms. Andrea Martinez, the Board of Education, is thrilled to honor you as our December 2022 Volunteer of the Month. Ms. Martinez has been one of Marley Middle School's most involved volunteers this year. When she recognized the need for an active PTSA, she volunteered her time to be the PTSA president and work with membership to set new bylaws and pass a new budget. Larry Ascione, assistant principal, shared how she had been instrumental in gaining parent interest in the PTSA. Quoting, not only did she bake over 300 cupcakes for Marley's 6th grade Sneak a Peek event, but she also attached QR codes to every single cupcake, which parents could easily scan to submit a PTA interest form. Food is very motivating. That was brilliant. Ms. Martinez didn't just build the door to the PTSA, she brought along her positive attitude and willingness to assist in many events. Principal Kimberly Winterbottom described how her positive demeanor and presence have gained the support of numerous families to join the PTSA this year. Crystal Golden, assistant principal, shared that Ms. Martinez has been a wonderful parent to have in the building this year. We appreciate her dedication and everything she has done to get our PTSA up and running. Here at AACPS, we set a high value on family involvement and our partnerships with parent and family organizations. We recognize the dedication it takes to run a PTSA, especially when you have to build a new one. We recognize the dedication because of the countless hours Ms. Martinez has worked behind the scene, and Marley Middle School's PTSA is now fully restored, and parent support and interest has been the strongest we have seen in years. We appreciate your support and commitment to our schools, our students, and our community. Ms. Martinez, Marley School Middle, and the entire Anne Arundel County public school community is blessed to have such a dedicated volunteer, and we thank you for your service. Would you please come forward? It is with great appreciation that I would like to present the Volunteer of the Month bell as a certificate to you as a symbol of our appreciation. It does ring. So what did they tell you to get?
Like everybody else, they lied to me. They said, I was like, well, what do I need to bring? What do I need? What are we going to talk about? And Mr. Ashiel the entire time lied to me. I was like, oh, it's just PTSA stuff. PTSA. Yeah, they're going to go over rules and, some helpful ideas. Yeah, lies.
Well, we thank you very much. PTSA is tough, and 300 cupcakes is a lot. I want to stress it was 300 cupcakes.
Well, it worked. So.
Yes. So it did work.
Yes.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for all that you do for us.
Thank you.
I'm here with you.
Oh, my daughter, Catalina.
Who's supposed to be in school. We'll give her a note.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone. We will take a couple of minutes break to go out and take some pictures in the front. So members who presented the awards can go out and take pictures, Dr. Bedell. And we will resume when you return. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We will now move to section 3, public comments. Let me read the statement on that first. Speakers will be allotted 2 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. The yellow light below me will shine when you have 30 seconds remaining. The red light below me will shine and you will hear a tone when your time has expired. The board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. Please speak only on the topic on which you signed up to speak. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer sessions with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking. Handouts should be given to the board assistant. We have one person signed up to speak on item 5.02 legislative program, Ms. Nicole Disney Bates, who I believe is not here. So that concludes public comment for today. All right, we will move to item 4.01, the PTA report. Ms. LaFawn.
Good afternoon, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, Dr. Bedell, board members, and guests. My name is Mallory LaFawn, President of the Anne Arundel County Council of PTAs. Thank you for allowing us time to speak this afternoon. As you all know, the PTA is not merely a fundraising organization. It is a nonprofit with strong focus on advocacy that must adhere to local and federal nonprofit laws. In order for our local units to continue doing the hard work in advocating and enriching the education experience, they need to be compliant with the National PTA, IRS, State of Maryland, and the county. Due to the impacts of COVID, a lot of our local PTAs have had issues with staying in good standing, whether it is filling board positions and parent involvement, tax filings, or financial reviews. One of AACC PTA's main goals this year is getting our local units to be fully compliant and in good standing so they can continue to be a positive influence in our schools and communities. This year, we have started a compliance grant to help local units with paying outstanding fees associated with filings, dues, or other things that might keep them from being in good standing. We have also started a chat on our Facebook group just for compliance issues and have held workshops throughout the county to help get financial reviews and books in order. This coming Monday, December 12th, in lieu of our regular meeting, we will be holding a workshop focused solely on compliance. This workshop will cover IRS filings, annual personal property taxes, insurance, and more. This is a very important workshop that will be filled with important information to help your PTA and/or parent volunteer organization continue to succeed. Registration links can be found on our Facebook page, or you can email us at info@aaccpta.org. Not only is being compliant important to continue working with AACPS and in schools, being compliant at all state and federal levels can affect the way, not being compliant at all state and federal levels can also affect the way PTAs can receive donations, grants, and pay taxes. I would also like to give a very special thank you to Jen Lombardi and Cynthia Bishkoff and the entire Office of School and Family Partnerships. They have been working closely with us to help get units restarted in compliance and off to a great start this school year. Units just like Marley Middle PTSA, where the Volunteer of the Month came from. If your local unit or school is in need of help getting restarted, or you need help getting in good standing, please reach out to us at info@aaccpta.org. The Reflections Program submission deadline is December 16th. For more information about the Reflections Program and submissions, please contact Tamara Beeger at vice-pres@aaccpta.org. The next monthly meeting will be held virtually on Monday, January 9th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. To ensure that you're receiving important AACC PTA messages, meeting registration, and training information, please send your local PTA unit's contact information to info@aaccpta.org or contact us on Facebook. In closing, we wish everyone a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and a Happy New Year. However you spend the holiday season, we hope it's filled with joy, love, and wonderful memories, and you're surrounded by friends and family. Even if you're unable to give a gift, please be sure to give love and kindness to those near and far this season. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. LaFawn. And I just want to put a plug and say, and I was fortunate to attend the Reflections event last winter when the students sent their things in, and I'm just excited to hear it starting up again, and I look forward to this year's exhibition. Thank you. All right, that takes us to item 4.02, the President's Report. So I want to begin by giving a few shout outs. First, congratulations to the Annapolis High School Drama Company on their fall production of Marion, or the True Tale of Robin Hood, Teen Edition. I had the pleasure of attending one of the performances, and it was terrific. Stay tuned for their production in the spring of the musical Mamma Mia, which is coming up. I also had the pleasure of attending the November meeting of the Wellness Council. I am always amazed by the work of this group, which represents an incredible collaboration across AACPS and beyond on behalf of our students. Many thanks to Ms. Jackson and Ms. Reese and all the others for their work overseeing this effort. In particular, I want to note that the update that the County Health Department gave highlighting their recruitment efforts and reporting that they currently have only 4 vacancies in their nursing staff is truly remarkable. Their nurses do incredible work caring for our students, and I am grateful for and truly impressed with their innovative recruiting practices that have led to these numbers in a very competitive market. A number of us on the board had the pleasure of attending the first annual Partners in Education Awards sponsored by our 21st Century Foundation at Maryland Live on November 29th. It was a terrific evening of networking and collaboration. And the nominees are all doing amazing work with our students every day, and we send our congratulations to each and every one of them. We are grateful for everything they do. Thank you to Ms. McCurdy and her staff, and also to the board of the 21st Century Foundation for their ongoing support of our schools. A big congratulations to our own AACPS Visual Arts Department on the opening of the elementary art exhibition Winter Wonderland at Westfield Annapolis Mall last night. I had the pleasure of attending and was fortunate to have a wonderful guide in one of our own students who took me through the exhibition. It is on display until January 4th, and I highly recommend that you stop by if you have a chance. The imagination and talent on display are extraordinary and a tribute to our students and to our fantastic, dedicated elementary art teachers across the county. Thank you. I will leave it to Dr. Bedell also to speak further about another big congratulations this week. The Principal of the Year was announced. Finally, a number of us on the board attended the inauguration of the county executive earlier this week. In his remarks, he stated his commitment to working with us to ensure we begin to close the gaps in compensation for our employees and reach a more competitive level. We welcome County Executive Pittman's partnership as we work towards this goal. We continue to make every effort to show our appreciation for the dedication and hard work of each and every member of our staff, including such things as the change to a teleworking day the Tuesday before Thanksgiving and the appreciation bonus recently announced by Dr. Bedell. We know this has been a challenging year in many ways. We hear your concerns, and we thank you for what you do for our students every single day. And with that, that concludes my report, and I turn it over to item 5.01, the superintendent's update. Dr. Bedell.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. So I love when we do these board meetings and we have an opportunity to recognize the hard work of employees within the organization. It really does set such a positive tone and a tone of appreciation. And I couldn't thank this board more for what you just heard from our board chair or our board president, just around the things that we're trying to do to show our appreciation and gratitude for all of the hard work, given the fact that we are just simply in very difficult times in the field of education. And we do have a responsibility to show our appreciation, to retain employees. And we think that these things that we're doing will help us also recruit and ultimately have other folks interested in wanting to come and work in this school district. So a lot of it is just not necessarily about salaries, although that's very important. A lot of this is just about how we treat our people, showing appreciation. And this board is committed to that. And I thank you all for that. As I generally present, no matter where I go since I've started working in this school district, I have always had this focus that it's important that I remind everybody of the focus in year one, which are the 5 goals of this 100-day entry plan: to continue to build relationships with this board, to continue to take a deep look at where we are within our curriculum, being able to do these listening and learning tours are opening up my eyes to things that I just simply need to know, that I think will help us make the best and the most informed decisions as we think about the future of this school district, whether it's curriculum, programming, or how we are providing service. We want to make sure that we continue to operate as a very effective and efficient central office in how we respond to meeting the needs of our stakeholders as a whole. We want to make sure that we're creating a culture of trust through action. So when we say that we're going to do something, follow through on that, right? Don't say things that we're not able to deliver on, because I think that creates a very fragile situation from a trust standpoint. And I think we've been able to deliver on our transparency since this board and this administration have come together as of July 1 of this year. And then finally, to establish trust and confidence from the community at large. I think one of the important things is not only the number of people that we've met with in the groups that we've met with. I think people realize that there is an opportunity here for us to take this school district from good to great. But even as we do these listening and learning tours, they're just simply people who just want to be heard. And if we just look people in the eyes and talk to them and even be honest with them, like, I hear what your concerns are. I can tell you, like, my hands are, I'm constrained. Some of these things that people don't agree with are state requirements, right? But to be able to look people in the face and say, listen, I understand, I hear where you're coming from, or listen, we'll work to resolve your incident. We did that with a Meade parent the other day. So I'd rather, there are opportunities for people to touch us, and I promise you, we will respond. May not be the answer that you want, but at least we can look you in the face and say that we've heard your concerns and we're working to address them. And these listening and learning tours have done that. We have already completed 2 of our listening and learning tours, actually 3, Annapolis, Meade, and Northeast High School. We had Northeast High School last night. Our next one will be at Park Elementary School, and this will be our Spanish session. So I need to brush up on my Spanish. That will be rough, but I'm looking forward to the opportunity to engage with the community over there at Park Elementary School. And we will continue the same process that we have done in our first 3. But you can see these dates here. They're still available. We will continue to move forward. And we really do want people at the table. I have said this multiple times. It is hard for me to continue to accept criticism of people saying we don't know, we haven't been informed, when we have put the information out. And when I'm actually going and meeting with individual groups and putting the dates in front of them, and then people are still complaining we don't know, but then don't show up. It is hard on me to accept complaints when we're trying to give people voice. And so I have expressed that to anybody who has filed any concerns about not knowing. We're putting this out. It's scrolling across the website. It's available on cell phones. I get it as a parent. And so if people have to opt in to Connect Ed, you have to allow for us to connect with you. It's on social media. It's on our website. We're not hiding. We want people to come, because this is going to shape where we're going on the next slide. Our post-entry plan, this information will be in there. It will eventually help us with our strategic planning process and how we develop our RFP around what type of company we would want to come in here or partner to come in here and help us build out our strategic plan that will start sometime in May. In that new strategic plan, just based on the areas that I've learned about and the areas that I've discovered and where this school district priorities are. We know equity is an important component of this school district. There is an equity policy, there is a commitment from this county around equity. So we have to make sure that equity is a part of our strategic plan. We have to make sure that innovation is a part of our strategic plan. So if people are coming to these listening and learning tours, they get to hear in a little bit more detail around what we're thinking about with innovation. These are just ideas. I think there are many innovative things we can do where the community can present to us things that they think would work best for their respective communities. And we have opportunities to beta test some of these things over the next couple of years. We want to develop the social, emotional, and academic growth of students. That has to be one of the cornerstones of every strategic plan, and it needs to be measurable. And then adherence to blueprint, because that is law. So we want to make sure that our strategic plan allows for us to meet the metrics and the financial requirements articulated in the Maryland blueprint. We are still working on our transportation concerns. We have 55 current bus driver vacancies. We have 61 potential drivers currently in training, and we have ongoing discussions on route identification for potential changes at semester break. We've talked about that. We want to make sure that as we continue to work, that we don't have any family having to suffer without transportation for the entirety of the school year. And even as I'm making mentions of this in our listening and learning tours, I could definitely see some parents having some concern on their faces. Was my route going to be interrupted? We're going to make sure that we get that information out to people well in advance of the second semester. But it is the right thing to do. It's the thing that we said from day one, that we want to be as fair as we can be in this situation. And our families, I think, have done a phenomenal job of helping us as we're trying to fix this. As you know, we have our alternative vehicle program that started on Monday. We're utilizing vans, SUVs. We have the ability to free up to 24 buses. An additional 1,600 students received additional bus service on Monday as a result. We are addressing some general and magnet routes, as we said before, in the Annapolis, Broadneck, North County, and Old Mill clusters. Our hope is to fix all of the no service routes in Meade cluster. I do think that we have to take a deeper look at this prismatic study because I think that that needs to be revisited as we think about next year. We can do all of this work and fix everything, but if we know that we still have had substantial growth in some of these schools, we still are running into issues where we have buses that are crowded. So this is not enough to fix our current transportation issues, but this is a much better situation that we're in right now as a result of this board approving that emergency contract. More routes will start on December 12th as drivers are hired. We look at right now, we have 4 driver vacancies and we have 3 drivers in training, and we think that that will help us over time. I am proud to announce that we have another state champion. Congratulations to the Broadneck High School Marching Band. They won the Class 4A championship and also won 3 section awards, Best Percussion, Best Visual Performance, and Best Music Performance. So our county has represented extremely well in the fall extracurricular activities, and we look forward to what's getting ready to happen with our winter sports. I'm really excited about all of our students and where we will go. Finally, or not finally, but I do want to at this point acknowledge that on Monday, I was accompanied by President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, Miss Corkadell, and the Education Foundation President Mark Hoffman as we surprised Richard Rogers at Mills Perot Elementary School with the news that he is our 2022-2023 Principal of the Year. It was great to have some students on hand to be a part of that surprise. Mr. Rogers will represent AACPS in the Washington Post Principal of the Year competition. So we do want to acknowledge his hard work over at Mills Perot. Finally, earlier today, we announced the 10 semifinalists for the AACPS 2023 Teacher of the Year. Congratulations to all of these educators you see on this screen who will be among 44 honored at the annual Excellence in Education Awards on April 20th at Live over in Arundel Mills. We will find out that night who our Teacher of the Year is. They will then go on to compete for Maryland State Teacher of the Year. And if they win that competition, they'll have an opportunity to compete for National Teacher of the Year. So before I conclude this update, I do want to make one more mention of what's not in my notes. I did have an opportunity to spend some time with our virtual school. I think it's important that people know that Anne Arundel County Public Schools is the only school district in the state that has a full-blown individual virtual school. It has its own campus code. When those kids graduate, they will graduate with the virtual school degree. And just going in and looking at the work that these teachers were doing, visiting the classrooms, looking at the engagement of students, it was absolutely phenomenal. So I am just excited about just some of these alternative options that we are providing. And I look forward to the many more out of the box, innovative ways that we're going to be able to provide educational experiences and options to our students. Madam President, that concludes my update.
Thank you. A couple of lights. I believe Ms. Dent was first.
So I just want to say publicly, Dr. Bedell, I know you get a hard run from a lot of people, but I can't thank you enough for the support that you've given to District 1. The schools that the students that goes to the schools in my district are committed. I hear a lot of times where they said, oh, the bus is overcrowded. But I think it's important that what you and I spoke about is when a child go through the process of going and getting on the wrong bus because they want to get to school, it says something about the fact that that child is motivated to learn. So I appreciate you all and all the educators for creating an environment to where you have a child that want to get on the wrong bus to make sure they get to school. But I say that all to say that when you recognize that, you also recognize that there's a problem that person had to do that. And you've taken that on. You and your staff have taken that on. So I don't think that there's anyone in District 1 that is not pleasantly happy. I haven't gotten an email in over a month about the school system. So thank you for the bus routes. Thank you for all of the things that you're doing to make the bus route correct. And I wholeheartedly agree with you about the prismatic study. I've said that on numerous occasions that I appreciate the work that Prismatic done, but it needs to be updated so that it can be relevant to how we are right now and how we plan to operate with the innovation that we're looking at for the future. So thank you for saying that. And I support it 100% for us to go and get a new study so that we can make sure that we're doing what we're doing right and that we don't have a transportation problem coming into 23-24 school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Ms. Schulheim.
Pretty much ditto to almost everything. Yes, I know you. Good grief. So my colleague just stated, I'm thrilled and delighted with all the steps that we are taking. Is it perfect? No. Are there schools in my district, in the Broadneck specifically, that are still whose buses are still not running? Yes. I hear from those parents frequently. And but we've able to chip away substantially at it. There was a nice, real healthy handful of routes that had not been served so far this year that got serviced for the first time this week, and it's amazing. And I know that they are grateful. And so, you know, this is a marathon, not a sprint. It took us a long time to get us into this hole, chronically, you know, underpaying people and the like based on what we were able to ask for and glean from our funding authorities. And so it takes a while to dig ourselves out of that hole. With regard to the marching band, I'm thrilled. Yay, Bruins. I'm not surprised. Although, sorry, Savannah Park. But it's they're amazing, and I love having our students recognized in every one of your updates. It's a delight. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Frank.
That was quick, sorry. Yes, thank you so much. So I wanted to mention the vans that went online this week. We're going to have more coming, and we're going to keep building into that. I had some calls from some of our non-public students So I just wanted to kind of put it out there that they're not necessarily vans. So I wanted to clarify because that was a little point of confusion for some parents. And then I did have some parents who were concerned that it wasn't a van and it was potentially a different vehicle because with some of their students, they were really concerned about a last minute change. But having said that, some of the parents who have called me very concerned last week have also were at the listening tour last night, and one parent pulled me aside with a non-public student and said her daughter is doing fantastic. She was really concerned about the change to the van. It went great, and she's very excited and she's very pleased. So I just wanted to share that as well. That there was a little bit of anxiety, but that it is seeming to go very well. So everyone is very appreciative, and Northeast was very excited to welcome you. And I'm so glad that we had the opportunity to have you last night in Pasadena.
Right. And if I could just respond to that, because you're absolutely right. Some of the, I know on the updates we have said SUVs, so some of them, and maybe we should have been more explicit about that they're vans, SUVs. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, and I think we'll make sure that we're more explicit. But to your point, so it's always going to be this fear of the unknown when you're trying to do something new until you actually do it. And I think we're going to find ourselves in this space for a while. That's the beauty of trying to think outside the box and do things differently. We can no longer continue to try to do things in a traditional way because we are no longer in traditional times. And I think as we continue to evolve as a school district and we look at these alternative ways of how we provide transportation, the alternative ways around how we conduct schooling as a whole, I think it's going to be a lot of anxiety. But I think as people begin to settle in, people will say, okay, it's really not as bad as we thought. And actually, it's probably working better than I thought it would work. And I think over time, we'll be able to see that. But I think this opportunity will give us more space to be able to do other things that we probably had some hesitancy to do. So we're going to really monitor this. But thank you for sharing that. Thank you all for those comments.
Yeah, thank you. I would add to that, being more nimble, as you've asked us and said you hope we can be, Dr. Bedell, and I agree 100%, also means we're continually adjusting, right? If we try something and it doesn't work quite the way we wanted it to the first time, we will continue to adjust. That takes patience on the part of our families, our staff, our students. But I think that is also something I would like to convey, that this is not a matter of every decision is just a concrete, unmovable decision. Dr. Bedell has shown himself to be incredibly open to taking a continuous feedback loop and making sure that what we do continues to be informed by, is it working? Is it getting us where we need to go? If it isn't, how are we going to do that? So I thank you for that, and I think that will continue to be the case. I'd also like to add, just again, so the public is aware, and this is something I applaud Dr. Bedell for doing and his staff. The funding for these vehicles, the vans, the SUVs, has all come from the money we've recovered from the bus companies that have not been able to service their routes. And I really want the public to understand that. This is not money we've snatched from somewhere else. This is the proper use of the penalties that are in those contracts when the bus companies contractors cannot deliver. So thank you for that. Mr. Silkworth, I see that your light is on.
I just wanted to mention the Wildcats of Arundel.
Good. I'm glad you're doing
And I
was going to.
I've been around a long time. There are not many high schools that have experienced a state football championship game. Well, the Wildcats of Arundel have had that experience. Now, they didn't win on one hand, but on the other hand, they are, in fact, winners for sure because their journey in terms of what happened with their loss of quarterbacks and bringing up a running back was a phenomenal journey. And hey, you all know I've never been a Wildcat, but as a board member, I'm a Wildcat, I'm a Panther, I'm everything. So a great shout out to the Wildcats of Arundel High.
And if I can just jump on it, I actually went to that game. Got a chance to go down to the field, talk to the injured quarterback. He's coming back next season, and congratulated the coaches. They fought hard, and they really did have to change everything that they did during the season, moving one of their skilled players into the quarterback position. And that really does eliminate, I think, their ability to be as powerful as they would have been. But they fought, and they closed that gap at the beginning of the third quarter where it was 17-14. But it was just too much to overcome in terms of not having that starting quarterback there, or even a backup quarterback. They lost both quarterbacks. So a valiant effort, very proud to have had that opportunity to experience that in my first year as superintendent here.
Yes, and thank you for driving back from your conference to attend that game. Yeah, and in green, so Ms. Ellis.
As a Wildcat, I had to jump in here. And yes, it was spectacular to be there. A huge shout out to Miss Davenport for, the school spirit at Arundel is alive and kicking. Boy, it was incredible. And the defense, you got to really give a shout out to the Arundel defense. Now I don't attend a lot of high school football games, but I've never seen 3rd down and 46 yards. I've never seen that before. So, it was, it was, anyway, it was a spectacular time. And, those Wildcats are indeed champions. Thank you.
I'm thinking this is we should get on ESPN with this.
Yeah. Nobody wants to see us first thing in the morning doing that. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bedell.
Right. So, Madam Chair, the next item. Oh, no.
Yeah. Well, item 5.02,
My bad.
2023 legislative program. Dr.
All
Bedell.
right. So I will pass this over to Bob Mosier, who will take us through this and will introduce our staff that will be working with us in this space moving forward.
So thank you, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, members of the board, and Dr. Bedell. For the record, I'm Bob Mosier, Chief Communications Officer, here to present item 5.02, the 2023 legislative program. I'm delighted to introduce at the table with me is Grace Wilson, our new acting legislative and policy specialist. Some of you know Grace from her work with the policy committee over the last year plus, and she'll be your main point of contact and working on your behalf, doing a great job during the upcoming General Assembly session. The legislative program, let me start slides. Let's do that. The legislative program is a document approved by this board annually that drives advocacy during the General Assembly session with regard to issues related to education and to our school system. This is an information item for you today, and you'll be asked to take action on adoption of the formal program on December 14th, prior to the start of the General Assembly session. The program is a large document. We are asking the board to focus on 2 priority areas in the coming session. The first is to seek a change in state law regarding the number of school days and minimum seat hours for students. Current law mandates at least 180 school days and a minimum number of hours, 1,080 at the elementary and middle school levels and 1,170 at the high school level. We'd like to see the "and" changed to an "or" to allow school systems like ours the flexibility to innovate and differentiate programming to meet the needs of students, as you have heard Dr. Bedell say repeatedly. It's important to understand that this change, if enacted, would not require school systems to make any changes to their current calendars if they don't want to. And it would not reduce the minimum number of seat hours required by students. Second, We want to focus on enhancements to school construction funding as expansion of 3- and 4-year-old pre-kindergarten takes place across our county and the state. When full-day kindergarten was mandated in 2007, it came without adequate funding for construction of those classrooms. As this board knows, we just completed additions needed for that initiative 2 years ago, and we need to ensure such a lag does not reoccur. Again, this is an information item on your agenda today. We'll be back in front of you next week asking for you to adopt this document so we can advocate on your behalf moving forward. Finally, I want to point out that Dr. Bedell has asked staff, and he can certainly speak more to this, to be prepared to adjust the timeline for constructing and approving this document as we move forward so we can begin the process in the spring, ask for the board's approval in August or September, and allow more time for work with legislators on those priority areas. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Welcome, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Schulheim,
Yes, I just had a clarifying question. So,
your mic went on.
oh, it went off. Oh, and now it's back. Obviously, this document is, while the intended audience is our Maryland General Assembly delegates and senators, it also is available for folks on the website if they want to look at it. And I was reading about the adjusting the and to an or with regard to hours and days requirements. And I just wanted to ask a clarifying question around that, because in my reading, it didn't, I was confused by that language. And so can you address that, the part of it that wouldn't reduce the number of seat hours, just to clarify for myself, for the public?
Sure. So our discussions have been that whether a school system uses 180 days or not, the number of seat hours has to remain the same, right? And so that's why what you see in this document is sort of a thought process, not words for a piece of legislation, okay? But the idea being, if we didn't cover it here, you could have a school system, not that this would happen, but you could open the door to a school system saying, we have a 180-day calendar, but we're only going to school 4 hours a day, right? So that's why we said, regardless of which path, those minimum hours have to remain. And they're the hours that are there now. So no student would lose any amount of instruction.
Thank you so much for the clarification on that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you. I just want to say this is very exciting. I think it's meeting our needs very well, and I greatly appreciate the efforts, and I'm looking forward to us continuing to adjust to well meet our ever-changing school district's needs and our students' needs. And I think this speaks volumes to that bigger plan that you were speaking about earlier in your update, as well as our president's update, that we're going to need to make a couple adjustments to make sure that our success is recognized fully. So thank you very much. I have no questions at this time, but did want to just comment on the overall presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for all the work that went into this. I see some positive edits, and I'm still digging into it, but I have read through it. And I fully support revising the timeline. I feel like this could be a much more collaborative process from the front end, and that we could use more time to work with our legislators. So I appreciate that recommendation.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up. What we believe is, and I'll talk to Madam President about this tomorrow when we do our one-on-one, but I do think there may be an opportunity sometime during the month of June where we may have to do a workshop and just spend some time. And because, I mean, if we could get one of these two across the hurdle, I think we should always have 2 to 3 that we think will be impactful and honestly will be legacy legislative bills that we were able to get through, that when we look back 10 years from now, we can say, listen, we had something to do with the school district being able to now do A, B, C, and D. But I do think it's important that we sit together and the board presents what you think may be some of the most impactful things. We present to you all what we think may be the most impactful things that we focus on. And then we come together and come to an agreement on the 2 or 3. We can then write out the language and all of that, and kind of utilizing your connections that you may have from a political standpoint, identify who those potential sponsors will be so we can start working those sponsors. Now, I do recognize that our aggressiveness around wanting to get this done and probably have a board vote by the end of August or possibly September, I feel more safe doing it in August, may counter with PZAM, right? And so I recognize that we just have to think about those implications of that, because there may be something that comes down the pipeline that PZAM may want to do, and we may not even have to take on that fight. But nevertheless, I think it's good for us to already know what we want to do and kind of be confirmed in that as an administration and as a board.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. And I have to say, I want to thank both Ms. Corkadell and Ms. Ellis as former presidents of the board themselves and engaged with the MABES Legislative Committee, both for bringing forward the need to rethink the way we've done this. And I think this is frankly represents one more piece of our adjustment to, frankly, an elected board, because we do have part of our job, quite frankly, is to use those connections we have with our fellow electeds to advocate for the school system. I also think, Dr. Bedell, that what you are doing here is part and parcel of, I think, your broader goal and our broader goal, which is to make sure that we are clear in the direction we're going, and that what we do is all part of a thought out plan, is not simply reactive. And while we always have to react, bills will come. It seems to get to be a busier and busier session every year. And we obviously need to respond. And of course, this legislative program is very helpful in that, because we've laid out our values and our goals. But it also means, with regard to the other piece of it, which is these priorities, I think we are able to know for ourselves, and the outside world understands what we're focused on, what we think is most critical for our students. So thank you for that. Mr. Silkworth, you have a light on.
Yeah, thank you, President Tobin. So, it's amazing that just this one simple change from and to or, which is extremely simple, and I hope all of our friends out there in the political world are listening, this one simple change, if it's made, will allow for so much innovation that will benefit our students. I mean, I've had discussions with Dr. Bedell and my colleagues. He has some amazing, innovative ideas, which is what we want. And so I just wanted to put that out there. It's a simple request for a change, but the result would be so it would be great innovation and so impactful. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Bedell.
Yeah, and so just so the board and the community is fully aware, we did have an opportunity, and the board's aware of this, to share this particular issue with the state board when they came and they visited us probably a week ago. So we had an opportunity to talk about some of our aspirations and to also talk about what particular barriers we want removed. But even before that, because I didn't want to blindside the state superintendent, I did hop on the phone with him and gave him a heads up that this conversation, we were going to have this with the state board. And honestly, I don't anticipate any opposition from MDSE on this either. So just want to make sure people know, like, we are starting to really put it out there. And then tomorrow is the PZAM meeting with all of the superintendents. I do plan on bringing this up with all of the superintendents tomorrow, so we can make sure that we get some additional allies on our side. And for those school districts that want to stay with the 180 days, you still will be able to do so. This doesn't compromise the way any school district operates. It does give us another tool in the toolbox to have a barrier-free way of thinking about doing things differently.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis.
I forgot that there was something I wanted to ask about, and I'm scrolling through this document to find it, but it has to do with state mandated standards and testing. That's the one thing in here that kind of jumped out at me that I felt like maybe didn't align with a lot of conversations we've had. So I was, and if
Ms. Ellis, what page are you on?
oh, see, that's the part I'm scrolling as I'm talking to you.
Okay.
So as soon as if I find it, I will let you know.
Okay.
But oh, so no one. This doesn't jump out as someone like that they know where this is.
Ms. Ellis, are you referring to the change where we say we support the Maryland comprehensive program and the accompanying assessments?
I believe so. What do you know where that is?
I have to find it.
Okay.
But I know what change you're
Because
speaking
I'll know
about.
when I look at it. I believe that might.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. No, this is the whole legislative program.
Yeah.
That we're. Yeah, that's the one that like, you
I
know,
believe you're looking on page 21.
thank you. Oh, I just went past that. You know,
Right,
certainly
second bullet, 21.
we're all aware as members, we don't agree on everything, right? But this is a conversation that we've had multiple times. I feel like,
That's about the comprehensive assessment. That may not be the piece you're referencing.
What you're talking about is the state assessment.
mm-hmm. I can picture the bullet. Yeah, I can try that.
Would it be possible, Ms. Schalheim has her
Yeah,
light on.
absolutely.
Could I let
Please
her
do
go
come back.
and then
Yeah,
we'll come
yeah,
back to this?
absolutely.
I just had one more thing to say, and I'm sorry, my manners. Welcome. It's good to have you, and I look forward to working with you this upcoming session. I know we all do, so thank you for being here. Sorry.
It did. That was perfect. Thank you. So page 7, AECPS supports. And the second from the bottom bullet, the current Maryland College and Career Ready standards and a corresponding assessment to monitor student progress. I mean, yes, we support, you know, we have indicated that we support the blueprint and moving forward towards college and career readiness, but we're also seeking flexibility. So I don't, this bullet, I feel like might not fully represent what we mean. That's what I.
So, Ms. Ellis, you're correct that the reason the same language was included was because we support the academic goals set out by the blueprint. And we
Right.
support those goals as well as any assessments that support those goals. So I'd be happy to work with you on how we can better adjust that language.
Okay.
I think there's probably a much larger conversation that needs to happen. I think probably behind this diocese, a number of us probably more than likely agree around some of the harm that the state assessment system causes. And are there alternative ways that we can look at measuring how our kids are progressing, right? And in trying to make that determination. We recognize we have to do this because it's state law. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's something that we fully support, because we also know that not only in the state that I came from, but here, many of your private school students aren't subjected to having to take these high stakes assessments. And I think that's part of the conversation that we were having, where it's more about wanting to make sure that we're educating our kids, giving them a robust curriculum that really allows for those standards to be aligned, and that we are developing well-rounded students who will be able to thrive regardless of, what a state assessment dictates, says, or don't say. So I think that was part of the conversation.
It was because,
Yeah.
yes, we need to be able to demonstrate measurable outcome. That doesn't necessarily mean state standardized tests.
Okay, thank you for
Mhm.
bringing that up.
Great, thank you. Ms. Dent, you're
I'm going to move to item number 2, the funding for the pre-K. So let's talk money. The opportunity for us to expand a construction funding. I get it took 15 years before, but let's just say that we get it. What timeline are we looking for this funding, if it's approved, to start the expansion, so that we can meet the goals of the blueprint for Maryland when it talks about our pre-K students? What are the timelines that we're talking about?
Sure. Good afternoon. For the record, Matt Stansky, Acting Chief Operating Officer. It's a great question, Ms. Dent. So if funding were identified in the state CIP budget in fiscal 24, obviously there's 2 paths that it could go, right? One through the traditional interagency commission on school construction, or the Maryland Stadium Authority. Each one has a different process, but we're probably looking at 6 months to a year at least before we would get some projects in front of you. So you're probably looking at fiscal 25. The challenge we're all facing with pre-K right now is estimating enrollment, right? Kindergarten typically is the hardest to estimate, but pre-K is even more challenging because it's non-compulsory, right? So it's voluntary. And plus there's then requirements around income eligibility. So our demographers statewide are having a difficult time ascertaining where the students are going to actually come from. And we really don't know until we start offering the programs, right? And so then once we know that, we can then determine both capacity within the zone of which the students reside, both on the public side, and remember, with Blueprint, it's also private, right? So if there are some private school opportunities for those schools that are willing to participate in the program, we may not need to build additions onto an elementary school to accommodate, because we have the private school capacity to do that. But given where we are, or what we're seeing with the private school participation, which is at the moment little to none because of the legal restrictions around it, we're going to have to then get that funding and probably more than likely start either building additions onto our elementary schools, which can take anywhere from planning to occupation, probably 2 to 3 years, or the process of possibly looking at leasing space. But that then becomes, will the state or IAC allow districts to improve physical plant on buildings that they're leasing? Currently, they do not allow that. I do know that there's discussion for our work group to possibly see if that would be allowable. But this is while it is a priority of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, this will be a statewide. I know I've heard the governor-elect mention pre-K, but this is going to be a statewide issue because the demand for the programming is there. The space to accommodate is just not. And I think right now there's just barriers there on the private side that I think need to also be addressed, or we're going to, again, be looking at a situation like we had with kindergarten, where it may be a decade or more before we can get the space up and ready to do it.
Okay. This is my fear. I think we need to put some heads together and figure out what our plan is. And then I support this 100%. Matter of fact, if there's a number after 100, I support that. I think that the vision for us to start thinking now about the funding that we need is critical. And I think we should ask first, because literally we are busting at the seams already I can't tell you how many schools I have complaining about overcrowding. Adding the pre-K is important, but there's also some other things that comes with that, right? Facilities. And for me, the facilities are going to take a lot longer than we're estimating. If you start 2020, I'm just thinking construction projects about 5 years, right? So it's incumbent upon our legislators to approve the funding, but it's also incumbent upon us to figure out what that funding looks like for Anne Arundel County, for us. And so I'm asking to take a little bit deeper dive and figure out what our projections are, what dollar threshold we absolutely is critical for. This is the no line right here. We can't go across. Yes, we want more, but at a minimum, here's our bottom line, and this is what we need in order for us to be successful. I think that's important for me to be able to communicate to the legislators that, yes, you need to get this passed. And yes, this is the amount that's going to be critical for us in order for us to be successful. That's all my ask.
Yep.
Thanks.
Let me just add, I was asked that very question by a state legislator this morning. So thank you, Ms. Dent. Dr. Bedell.
I guess I just want to make sure I'm using mindful inquiry to make sure I process what you just said. So to sum it up, we need to know what is our bandwidth or capacity. How far can we actually go and be able to say, this is all we can do. These are the resources we need. We don't have bandwidth to go any further. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see no more lights. I just want to add on a separate note, Dr. Bedell, you reminded me that I forgot to mention that we did meet with the state board members. And I just want to say thank you to President Crawford, Vice President Getty, and the other members who joined us. And what a terrific conversation I thought that was, and not one we've been able to have before. So I really appreciate the state board making these efforts. And I think these are the kinds of issues that are particularly critical, that mean that it's particularly important that we have those conversations directly with the state board. Yeah, so thank you. If there are no more questions, thank you all very much. And thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Wilson, and congratulations.
Welcome. Oh, Lord.
We're not that bad. Yeah. All right. We got
Slippery,
ourselves off
slippery
ESPN
slope.
and we're wandering into something else that I'm not sure what it is. Yeah. Okay. All right. Item 6, consent items.
Ooh, that's bundle. I
Second.
move to bundle item 6.01 to 6.06.
I second.
Do we have consensus on bundling, or do we need, I can't remember. Do we do official votes on bundling? No, we can approve by consensus. All right. I see nobody jumping up and saying no bundling. Okay. Do we have, no, this is not something we have a recommendation.
Yes, we
Is
do a
it?
recommendation.
You should have a recommendation, Dr. Bedell. Yeah. It is clearly December.
It really is.
Yeah. So we've bundled items 6.01 through 6.06.
All right, so the superintendent, hold on, let me turn this on.
Yeah.
The superintendent recommends that the Board of Education authorize the award of contracts 6.01 through 6.06. Because I don't have it all written in one, do I? All right. Air monitoring, alarm components, alternative student transportation, boiler replacement at Glen Burnie, student transportation, and window replacements at Van Bockelen Elementary School. And I think that's it.
Yep. Okay, I see a light from Ms. Frank.
Yes, I just had a quick question. I noticed that we have agenda item for 6.03 is alternative student transportation, and then 6.05 is student transportation, and we have some of the vans in both. Can you just tell me, all told, how many more vans we're going to need, do you think, within the next short term, or are we there as far as what we had hoped to get?
I'll let Mr. Stansky answer that because he can give you an accurate number, but I will tell you part of our plan is to begin to build out a permanent fleet. So I'll let you speak to the exact numbers.
Good afternoon. For the record, Matt Stansky, Acting Chief Operating Officer. All in, we're looking at about 45 vans that we're going to need to service our McKinney-Vento students and our non-public students when appropriate. And so that will be initially mostly through contracted vendors as we build up our own fleet. But the hope is to eventually get a fleet of vans of our own and have a combination of both in-house drivers and vans plus contracted drivers and vans. But
Okay.
because of delivery issues and supply chain issues, we are struggling to get our own vans. And so our contractors are able to get them quicker.
Okay, yeah,
But then-
so,
yeah,
I was asking similar questions last time, and I believe the number was 45 last time. Are we, how close are we to getting to that point this year, or is that like
No, yeah. So
2
that's-
years, or?
I think that's a two
years?
year proposition that
Okay.
we're looking at right now. Yeah.
Okay,
So
all right.
we're about halfway there at the moment.
Yeah, I think we had 24, and
Yeah.
this will bring us to, yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schulheim.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on the vans. For all y'all watching at home or might reference this video later, this is part of the solution for rectifying our ongoing bus driver shortage issues. Sorry, just responding to a string of emails and phone calls that say, well, you haven't done anything. Well, watch our meetings and you can see how much we've done. So this is evidence of that. So I again thank Dr. Bedell and all involved for really putting this as a priority so that our kids can get to school. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So no more lights? Do we have a motion to, okay, so we need a motion.
Oh, move to approve items 6.01 to 6.06 as recommended by the superintendent.
Second.
Okay. Seeing no more lights, Ms. Howell.
Mr. McGrath,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim,
Aye.
Ms. Dent,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay, we're moving on now to Section 7 action items. Item 7.01, election of board officers. Ms. Schulheim.
Yes, at the appropriate time, I do have a nomination.
Okay,
Is this the appropriate time?
I see no other lights.
Fantastic. I move, I nominate Dr. Tobin to continue on as board president for the upcoming 12-month period.
I second.
And I have some comments.
I see no other lights. Now I do. Ms.
So-
Ellis.
Oh, so should I comment after? I'll comment after.
Yeah, you should comment last. Ms. Ellis and then Mr. McGrath.
Yes, just briefly, I do want to thank Dr. Tobin and Mr. Silkworth for all of your efforts over the last year. And I greatly appreciate that we have leaders that are willing and have the time, put in the time to take on what I know is a very challenging and time-consuming role. So I do appreciate what you contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McGrath.
I just want to say Dr. Tobin and Mr. Silkworth have been mentors, friends, and most importantly, great officers of this Board of Education. I am so privileged to serve on a board with so many wonderful people on the board, but especially two wonderful officers. And I am just so happy that you two are continuing your service to the school system. And I'm very happy to continue working with you all for the rest of my term.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Ms. Shawn.
So a year ago, and I sat here and I nominated you for board president. And at that time, I was I had stated that, you know, while, you know, it would be great to maybe fill in a different role at that point, that it was so important, given the challenges before us, to have folks with a particular skill set to be able to meet that moment and really carry us through a transitional time. I would argue that we're still in a transitional time, which is the basis for my nomination today. The reason for my nomination. You've been just stellar this last year, and as a result, we now have a new and very wonderful superintendent that we're all very proud of. And I think that it's important, given that he's still in his first 100 days, to continue with I don't know, status quo is a weird term to use, but to continue on the path that we're on, the great path that we're on. And I think anything else would get in the way of Dr. Bedell being able to get his feet solidly under him and really produce for our school system that we need him to do. So that's the basis for the rationale for my nomination. I'm very excited. So, yes.
Well, thank you. I'll wait for the vote before I say anything, but thank you. Thank you. Ms. Dent, I still see a light. Is that a
I
new
was
one?
just wondering if you accept the nomination yet. I mean,
Yes,
we vote.
okay, yes, I accept the nomination. And Ms. Ellis, I see a light. Is that your previous light? Okay. So I guess seeing no more lights, we will vote.
Mr. McGrath,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Dent,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. I just want to thank you all. I thank you for your patience and your support this year. I am far from perfect, and I have tried my best to advance what I think we need to do, and also to pick up the many balls that I've dropped when I drop them. So thank you for all of that. I echo Mr. McGrath's comments about this board. It's a pleasure to work with each and every one of you. I've learned from each and every one of you. Every discussion we have is better because all of us are a part of it, and we each bring something to the decisions we finally make that shapes them and makes them better. I am especially grateful that we have Dr. Bedell with us now, and I will endeavor to continue to do the work for the public. Most of the work of the president is administrative work. I don't do anything alone. I do my best to be as transparent as possible and to make sure that the board knows exactly where we are and what we're doing. And if somehow we don't, then we get that information. So I am truly grateful for your confidence in me, and I will do my best. And hopefully now that I've had a year, I sort of know what I'm doing a little better. So there'll be less of a run up. So thank you. Ms. Schallheim.
At the appropriate time, I have a nomination for vice president.
I see no other lights.
All right. I would like to nominate Robert Silkworth to continue on as vice president.
Second.
Ms. Frank.
I would like to say that I think that we have had a doozy of a time coming onto this board. I think that COVID was an exceptionally difficult time, and I'm very grateful that we have really started to move beyond some of the emergency fires that we had to put out all of the time. And I'm very grateful for the board collaboration and the leadership that has gotten us to this point and our fantastic new superintendent. So I'm very grateful, Mr. Silkworth and Dr. Tobin, for all of your leadership. And I look forward to another year of continuing to stabilize the system. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McGrath.
I would also like to say Mr. Silkworth has been a great mentor to me. Whenever I need any help, he drops everything and helps me out. I'm just so grateful to know him, to be able to have him as a mentor, and to be able to have him as a colleague on this Board of Education.
Ms. Dent.
Mike.
Sorry, 7 December is an important day in our history in our military. Today is December 7th. Knowing that you are one of my brothers in arms and serving our military, I think today is fitting for you to, I'll accept a nomination for you as Vice President. Because I know how much dedication that you have not only to the students of AACPS, but also to this board. I echo what Mr. McGrath said. There's not been one time that I've called you, and I've called you at some really austere times, and you're not answered. You not only answer, you go back, you get the answer, and you work it until it's completed and respond back. So that kind of leadership can't be bought. It's something that's dedicated, that's within you, and your service not only to the students, while you were an educator for 49 years, but just to take on that role to this board. So I appreciate everything that you've done. I appreciate you bringing me onto the board and just taking me by the hand and guiding me through that process. So I echo what Ms. Frank said, is that this has been a doozy. This has been a ride. And so the idea that you would want to stay on for another year just speaks for you and speaks volumes for you, both you and Dr. Tobin. So thank you both for your leadership. And I only ask to continue to support you, be allowed to continue to support you in this role. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth.
Well, this is a special day for a lot of reasons. I mean, December 7th, and I thank you so much for your service. Mine was many, many years ago, but it was interesting. As I think I may have told you before, I was trained as a Lark driver to drive amphibious craft to transport cargo and troops from ship to shore. It was fun. It was interesting. It was a little bit of a McHale's Navy for those that have been around. I mean, it really was. But in any event, so I want to thank Zach and Miss Dent and everyone for their kind words, Corinne. But I said it's a special day. Well, it is a special day for me for a lot of reasons. One is because my youngest daughter was born on this day.
Oh,
And she now has 4
happy
grandchildren.
birthday.
So, but we do what we do for the kids. And you hear me say that all the time. You hear me say the word relationship all the time. And I just have to say, and I actually, you all will remember, I said this in the meeting with President Crawford. And I did that on purpose because I am so proud to be a part of this board with each and every one of you here. I say that because, yeah, we've had some drama from time to time, but you know what? Every one of us has their heart in the right place. We're here for the kids, and we do what I think we need to do. We collaborate, we listen, we don't always agree, we disagree. That's just the way it has been. And I've made it very clear that, and I thank Corinne for being the chairperson of the search committee, and everyone that participated in that allowed this board to make the best decision that we've made since I've been on the board, and that is to select Dr. Bedell to be here with us. We're on a journey, and I just feel, and I've shared this with many of you, that we need to continue on the path that we're on. We don't need any transitions in leadership. We're doing fine as we are right now. Dr. Tobin has done a marvelous job. But you know what? Each and every member of this board has done a stellar job over the past couple years. And so I humbly accept this. I thank you so much for your trust in me, but please know that I am so proud to be part of this board with each and every one of you. So thank you so much.
And I will insert myself here in the queue and say, I am profoundly grateful for the opportunity to work with Mr. Silkworth. I can't imagine doing this job without his incredible guidance, collaboration, support, friendship. We spend a lot of time on the phone together. We spend a lot of time together. But it makes this a much more enjoyable job to know that there is somebody so incredible serving in the position of vice president, and who does things for exactly the reason he says he does things, for the kids. And I don't think any of us could ask for better. And he said most of what I want to say, which is we are a family on this board. I think I said this before the state board as well. We at times are, like all families, a little dysfunctional, but we're a family. And we get there. And it's thanks to people like Mr. Silkworth that we sort of are grounded and are able to know where we're headed and why we're doing what we're doing. And so I am thrilled and delighted to support the nomination for Mr. Silkworth for vice president. And I thank him for being willing to serve and put in the time that I know he puts in every day on behalf of this board. So thank you. So Ms. Schalheim?
Yes. I echo everything that all my colleagues have said. And one of the reasons, although there are many, why I wanted to nominate you to continue on as vice president is how the two of you work so well together, and that you're not in it just on your own, and that you really the two of you really embody what it ought to be to have a president and vice president on this board, that nothing is done by themselves and everything is done with the other with the other's full knowledge, and I think that's great. It should how it should always be. So I want to see this dynamic continue on for the next year. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Seeing no more lights, Ms. Howell.
Mr. McGrath,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
Ms. Dent,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Yay!
And board motion passes 8-0.
Well, we don't have to change seats, so there's that. I suppose. Save some time. I remember getting up here last year and not knowing where anything was, right? Well, there you go. Yeah, no more photographs needed. Okay. All right. So moving on to item 7.02, administrative personnel appointments, Dr. Bedell.
Thank you, Madam President. The superintendent recommends that the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and or appointed as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
Second.
All right, seeing no more lights, Ms. Howell.
Mr. McGrath,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Scholheim,
Aye.
Ms. Dent,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Item 7.03, personnel. Dr. Bedell.
Madam President, the superintendent recommends that the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets provided to the board previously.
So moved.
Second.
All right, seeing no more lights, Ms. Howell.
Mr. McGrath,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Scholheim,
Aye.
Ms. Dent,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Item 7.04, retirement committee resolution. Dr. Bedell.
Madam Chair, the superintendent recommends approval of the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, seeing no more lights, Ms. Howell.
Mr. McGrath,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Scholheim,
Aye.
Ms. Dent,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Item 7.05, 2023-2024 school year calendar. Dr. Bedell.
Madam Chair, the superintendent recommends approval of the 2023-2024 school year calendar as recommended by the calendar committee, and further recommends the board adopt the recommendation of the committee with regard to a consistent start date to the school year and to development of future calendars.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I'm in line with the process here. This was presented to us previously,
Correct.
these two, so we can jump right in, right?
And I'm sorry, I didn't say earlier, but just a reminder, if we're going to do 2 rounds, do your questions first.
That's
and
my question.
Comments
Are,
after.
are we
Yeah.
going to have questions? Okay, I have no questions.
Okay, so does anybody else have a question?
No, but I have motions as I submitted
Okay,
in advance.
Ms. Corkadell, do you have a question?
I do have a process question.
Okay.
So normally when we have more than one option that has been thoroughly vetted and reviewed, just like with redistricting and other things, we normally pair them out, or if we would have had multiple nominations, like when we have multiples for officer requests, usually on the VP side, we present them and then the member simply states which one they want to vote for. And then if one does not, then we proceed. And that is a Robert's Rules process. And we've done it in the past successfully. And it allows for equal consideration of 2 processes to be presented, and then based on that. And so, but however, we do have amendments. So I just wondered what approach we're taking, because there's pros and cons to both, especially with amendments, because we have to have that particular calendar, or we could amend as a whole regardless of which one that we have to. But I just wanted some clarification on the process, because we've taken different approaches in different years on this. I've seen it go both ways, but I was just curious. With the argument, of course, being that if one is presented, the other one does not have its fair opportunity. And while we are still under our older motion, that is the why we have proceeded, because they were fairly considered at equal times. And so that would be, otherwise it's just the first person who gets to the button on the 2 choices. So that's all I would like that's more of a point of information, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we have
process.
amendments, I mean, we have motions
And we
that
have a
have been
second.
submitted, which I think in some cases apply to both. And I'm trying to remember what we did last year.
Well, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Yeah.
And then we have a motion that we would need to dispose of in order to really really evaluate both calendars.
Yeah.
We can't. Yes, we do. I moved. He recommended and I moved and she seconded. That's a
Okay,
motion.
but point of order, we haven't gone through questions yet. I honestly didn't hear that.
I'm sorry.
I'm not getting this.
The recommendation.
We're still on process, but I'm being told now we have a motion on the table?
Well, we had a recommendation from the superintendent, which
Did
that
not
was the motion,
specify.
Yep,
right?
that was the motion and it was seconded.
And that was seconded.
Can I get what the motion is? I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I
I'm
missed
sorry.
that. So
Okay, sure.
I don't understand why we're point of order. I don't understand why we're entertaining motions before we've gotten questions answered.
We're not entertaining a motion other than
His
the
recommendation that I said
recommendation
so
that the
moved. And
superintendent-
yes.
And my apologies, I missed what the recommendation is.
so,
That's
Like,
my-
I'm not understanding what the motion is on there because it was
Well,
not clarified.
Let's
That's
ask
all.
Dr.
Yeah.
Bedell to reread the recommendation.
All right. I think we've gone through the last two board meetings or so presenting
That's not a motion.
the calendar to the board,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Okay. So I know, and we talked about the two different options. Probably I know for certain, the committee came with two different options,
Right.
a pre-Labor Day, a post-Labor Day option.
That was the board's request to bring two options.
Okay. I'm just
The
making.
committee
just-
did that and recommended the pre-Labor Day option.
Correct. I thought that was addressed in terms of that option prior to us bringing this recommendation here today. So I just want to make sure my recollection serves me correct. So then the recommendation that we put out was based on those previous conversations, we recommend the approval of the 2023-2024 school year calendar as recommended by the calendar committee, and further recommends the board adopt the recommendations of the committee with regard to a consistent start date to the school year and to development of future calendars. And I think that gets into the discussion that will have to take place regarding this recommendation, if I'm not mistaken.
So is your recommendation then specifically for the pre-Labor Day? Because that is
that's what
that
we-
was not, because I'm looking at two options and I didn't hear we recommend the A or the B. I'm just hearing the recommendations of that. And all of a sudden we've got a motion. And normally we do questions before motions. So that's where my confusion is. I'm not trying to create a fury here. I would like to get an understanding of what was motioned because it just happened so fast. And
So
I'm fine with that because now we've got a motion on the table. I am very disappointed, though, that we did not discuss how we were proceeding with them. But
Well, let me suggest that
whatever
we
we
take
need
a
to do.
brief recess and we discuss some of the process here so that we can get ourselves straight and come back in about 10 minutes. Is that okay?
As long as we're not all together, or do we
Right.
need to go to close? I would just suggest that the president receive advice
Yeah.
and such. Yeah, because I just want to make sure I know what I'm up against here.
Okay? All right.
I'm not even.
Okay, we're back. So I think I would request that the motion maker withdraw the motion and we move forward with the staff presentation on this topic.
Sounds good.
Okay. So we can move forward.
So
Thank
good
you.
afternoon, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, members of the board, and Dr. Bedell. Again, I'm Bob Mosier, Chief Communications Officer for the school system, here to present item 7.05, the 2023-2024 school year calendar, which is before the board for approval this afternoon. As you recall, we presented the recommendation of the calendar committee to you at your last meeting. We then posted that recommendation online, along with the second calendar that the committee presented, for public comment. That comment has been provided to this board and has been uploaded to our website so that the public can view it. By way of review, it's the policy of this board to have the calendar committee present you with its recommendations and the board's responsibility to adopt a final calendar. Also, by way of review, here are the 24 invitees to the calendar committee each year. As you can see, there is a diverse cross-section of parents, students, employee bargaining unit representatives, and representatives from key departments in our school system. Did I go too fast? I did go too fast, didn't I? There we go. Okay. The committee's recommended calendar as presented to this board on November 16th calls for classes to begin for students on Monday, August 28th and conclude on Thursday, June 13th. The calendar contains the same breaks as exist in this year's calendar and also includes the applicable holiday closings this board has approved. There are 3 days built in for inclement weather as required by state law and 12 partial days, 4 unity days on which staff engage in professional development related to equity, and 2 early dismissal days at the end of each of the 4 marking periods. The calendar also contains the closings required by state law, which you see here. I mentioned the 12 partial days a minute ago, and this is one of 2 significant changes recommended by the committee. The calendar before you removes the 3 partial days designated for parent-teacher conferences, moving the total number of partial days from 15 contained in this year's calendar down to 12. As I said when I was before you in November, there was robust discussion about the inconvenience the number of these days pose for families and the increasing number of ways that parents and teachers can communicate the information shared at conferences. Additionally, the committee sought to address the need for more professional development for teachers, particularly in light of drastic increase this year in conditionally certificated teachers, by closing elementary and middle schools for students for a day. We can do this because, as the board may recall, elementary and middle school students go to school for 181 days, 1 more than required, and high school students attend on 180 days because we closed their schools on the day of their graduation. Staff identified the closing date for elementary and middle schools as November 1st. That's the day after Halloween, so trick-or-treaters, as I said before, can sleep in after a busy night. The committee also made 2 recommendations: to establish a consistent date on which to start the school year and to resume the year-ahead process where tentative calendars are put together more than a year in advance so families can begin to plan. As I said at the outset, this matter is before you for a vote today, and with that, we will be happy to try to answer any questions you have.
Okay. I still see Ms. Corkadell's light. Okay.
Yes, okay. I guess I do have, could you please go over a typical half-day environment of the staff, from the staff's perspective? And just sort of give us an outline, because this is one of those places where we do hear, from our communities as well as from our staff about, and I think it would be helpful to explain what's happening in real time more
I
than
think Mrs.
just
Jackson and
on
Dr. McMahon are
calendar.
far more attuned to the schoolhouse operation than I am, so I think.
Correct.
they can give you a better answer.
Good afternoon. For the record, Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent, Student and School Support.
Maureen McMahon, Deputy Superintendent, Academics and Strategic Initiatives.
Thank you, Ms. Corkadell, for the question. So could you reframe your question, because we have different types of 2-hour early dismissals. And so would you like us to go through all the types, or is there a specific type that you would like?
So
us to address?
I think the ones that are occurring after after a marking period are self-evident. This is those opportunities for our staff to collaborate, get ready for the next one, tidy up whatever they need to with that. But our parents, we started this Unity Day program, and it was embraced by a lot in our community, continues to do so. But there is a lot of mystery of what happens in that 2-hour early dismissal and how it supports our education efforts of our students. So if you could just clarify too, because in some respects, although I understand it, hearing how it is framed out, I think would be important.
Absolutely, thank you. First and foremost, to help take some of the mystery out, I would encourage, we have a lot of our principals that do post on Twitter to show what some of the activities, professional development opportunities, things of that nature that their staff engages in. That being said, the three of us attend professional development that occurs on the Unity Days at schools just for that reason, so that we can continue to monitor at a central office level, as well as get our own professional development. Teachers engage in professional development delivered by not only their principal, but their colleagues. Frequently, the equity lead and the principal are side by side, giving the professional development. Sometimes students are involved, and it's really a day for teachers to engage in professional development. This year we are talking about leading with teaching with equity and the brain, and so there's a little bit of brain science. We are engaging in other activities to help people understand the data at their specific school level, and then continuing to plan instruction aligned with what they have learned. Dr. McMahon?
I would agree 100%. And the real excitement is we've seen growth over the years. We're now starting to see leadership, as Mrs. Jackson said, different people taking leadership in the buildings. And with that leadership, what you'll see is whole grade levels talking about what they're doing to meet student needs. And you'll also see cross interdisciplinary linkages being made. And so we'll get, from my side of the house, we'll get more talk about the curriculum and how to make the curriculum come alive so that every student sees themselves in the curriculum and it matters differently to them. So it's been quite a journey, as well as any individual meeting time.
Right. And we talk about, this whole idea of culturally responsive teaching and the brain. And that's what we've been working on for the last 2 years. We have not planned for next school year yet. That will probably start happening in the winter. Now, I know our team has started that, but, as far as communication with our executive team and things of that nature. But as Mr. Silkworth will probably attest to, because I've attended North County professional development, when you're at a middle school, but more so at a high school level, most of your collaboration happens either at that particular grade level, but most of it happens at the department level. And so to see the World and Classical Language department and the math department at the professional development really collaborate and talk and plan about students, right? Because that student could have Algebra 1 first period, but then they could go to Spanish on fourth period B day, right? And, they usually don't have that opportunity like we have at an elementary or a middle school. And so that's the other piece, is getting down to the student level. And to also talk about that incorporation of community and school. And so those are the types of things that occur during that 3-hour time period.
And then this is also meeting although we implemented this prior to some of the states initiative, this is also now meeting our standards and guidance from the state and the federal level as to how to approach our requirements in the course of equity, because equity is actually a requirement, not just a
Right.
something we believe in, right?
Right. In alignment with our very own equity policy and regulations.
Yeah, and the
as well.
blueprint has some additional
Yes,
enhancements, and it sounds like we're already meeting those standards. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And so I don't know if Dr. Bedell has anything to add to what we've said, but that's what we see as a firsthand experience from our vantage point.
Yeah, I have a lot to add, but I'll just
Okay.
wait until all questions have been fielded, and then I can kind of offer my remarks.
Yes.
Ms. Schulheim.
I do have motions when appropriate.
Okay. I do not see other lights. Yeah, Dr. Bedell, did you have something you wanted to add? Or?
Yeah, I think it's first and foremost, just being here for whatever 100 and something days I've been here. You know, I continue to learn a lot about how people operate in this system, how people perceive how things are going. And when I kind of hear the word, I don't know if it was mystery, whatever it is, like what we're doing shouldn't be a mystery to any single board member, right? So if like there are concerns about what's happening with our equity training, then I think rather than getting it from secondary sources, I think we have a responsibility to say to you all, we'll work with you and allow for you to experience it for yourself. And then you can draw your own conclusion from a firsthand experience. But none of this should be a mystery. At least in my time working as a superintendent, I valued the equity work that we were doing, and even some of the pushback that we've gotten with equity work. My time in Baltimore County, there was pushback, not as much in Kansas City, but I think people wanted to know what was happening in the trainings. And so for me, I think it would be important that as we roll out these trainings, we work with you all to give you an opportunity to go to a session and see for yourself. I think it will also be welcomed by building principals to see that board members are willing to come in and understand what we're doing. And I think we can make that invitation so that none of this should be a mystery to anybody, what's happening. So that's one of my initial comments.
Okay, Dr. Bedell, thank you. Ms. Schulheim.
All right. I move, and this is relevant, and we'll all see why. I move to rescind the board's action taken on January 20th, 2021, quote, that all future calendars we evaluate the start date in the following manner. If Labor Day lands on September 5th or later, the school year would begin the preceding Monday. If Labor Day lands on or before September 4th, the school year would begin after Labor Day. That's my first motion.
Okay,
Second.
all right. Ms. Frank.
Yes. So as we talk about stability and trying to allow parents to plan for vacations, plan for childcare, and all of the issues that they're going to come into, I know that conversation is going to come up, and it certainly came up in the comments as we were looking at the calendar responses. It was our compromise at the time that this motion was passed to acknowledge that we were trying to find some common ground on start. And that common ground was, well, we understand that the majority of the people on the survey responses wanted a post-Labor Day start. However, it puts us so far out that maybe it's not feasible in some years when Labor Day starts so late. So the compromise was, well, if it starts really late, we will have the start of the year start before Labor Day. But if it's early enough, we will start after Labor Day per the requests of the community. So we have operated under that motion for the pre-Labor Day And now the year that we would finally go back to the post Labor Day is the year that this motion arises to rescind that. And I find that troubling because the compromise has been reduced in that sense. There is no compromise now. It is all, well, we should have just done pre-Labor Day and been sort of upfront about it if that was the plan to move forward. So I would strongly disagree with this motion. We have given this this to the community to make their plans and to look at how they would like their calendar. We have agreed that that was their concerns and that we were going to be responsive to that. And I think that taking that from people is just not appropriate for a board to say in this time where it would finally go back to what some of the other folks who had weighed in on the calendar would want. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dent?
Can I get a point of clarification? I thought the motion was to take so that we could have the flexibility of deciding pre and post independently versus like a statement that was made. It was my understanding that if Labor Day fell on, that it was kind of set, if you will, that if it fell on the 5th, that we would start prior. If it fell on the 4th, we would start after. And so in that case, in this year's calendar, Labor Day does fall on the 4th. So therefore, it would be an after. Is that accurate? Okay. And given the fact that last year, they got, this educators got less than 6 weeks for the summer, which we're headed into that same situation this year if we follow our agreed upon motion and go post. We keep on getting the same results out of it. So if I understood the motion, it was to ensure that we are not locked into a time frame that is pre and post that doesn't give us the flexibility to be able to modify the calendar as a result of us making sure that we get the calendar correct. Now, I thought all this started as a result of Juneteenth becoming a holiday, and I could be wrong on that, but it seems like to me that each year, with the weather, with everything else, it seems like Juneteenth become the moment to where it causes the teachers to have to either go to stay longer or for us to end the calendar year and when summer begins and summer ends. At least that was the case last year. So I just need a clarification, the purpose of the motion. I
Yeah,
guess.
the purpose of the motion as the motion maker, I'll address that if you don't mind, President Tobin, is to rescind the previous board's action. That is the only purpose. I have other motions that get into other things, as I've sent out to everyone well in advance and also called each and every single one of you about, so individually. So this just rescinds that previous motion. It does not address future calendars in any way. That'll be later. The only purpose of this motion is to rescind previous board action. But
Okay.
with regard to Juneteenth, those things happen 6 months apart.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. I'll be honest, I'm a bit torn with the motion on the table because we did commit to that as a guide for developing our calendar. And when we keep hearing about lack of consistency, here we are going to change again what we told our school community that we're going to do. So that part has me troubled. And the record will show I did not vote in favor of the motion that now is being proposed to be rescinded. But it is a motion that this board passed. So this is troubling to me. And I always have to look at this through the lens of what is best for our students, what is best for our school families. And I'm struggling with this one because we also have in front of us, a calendar option that post Labor Day does go late into June. I'm opposed to that. I am in support of a more condensed school calendar, which our families have pretty consistently asked for, and we can't seem to get there. This is not any kind of criticism of our calendar committee. It's a criticism of all of the constraints that are put on us by the state and by this board, because we have built in so many additional days. So I don't mean to ramble, but I'm just troubled that every time we try to land in a place that our families can understand what we're doing and where we're going with this, we keep changing it. So I'm struggling with it. But I just had to share those thoughts before I vote, whatever I vote.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
Yes, so I'm for different reasons, maybe. Well, some of them similar to Member Ellis, in that this is a hard one. But here's where I'm coming from a little bit to explain where I'm probably going to land on this is that we're already looking to dynamically change. Now, the change actually goes back to previous years, as Mr. Mosier had reported when this was introduced. Back in the day, we used to have multi-year calendars, and you always knew kind of where you were going to be. And then there has been, because things have changed in the addition and deletion of calendars, of course, that pre-post day conversation has gotten it left a lot of gray areas since we originally had started to work towards getting us to a better place in our process regarding the calendar. COVID obviously threw that for a little bit of a loop. And our original surveys, I do not know that accurately reflects where our community is currently. I would personally, but what I do know is that if we're dealing with multi-year calendars and then we're going into March again, perhaps we need to evaluate where our community is and have that conversation instead of staying into a canned formula. A consensus canned formula is great, provided it's still meeting the need. My personal interest in supporting the original motion that was adopted back in 2021 was seeing these last minute, all of a sudden, here's a suggestion coming in and everybody's going like, where on earth did that come from? And then further that, if they do have that, do they even have a chance to have it addressed here on the dais and have the support to say to their fellow members, I've got an idea for a calendar. And the way some of that transacted internally, externally, and everywhere in between led me to believe that this was a good place to be. Upon reflection of where we are now and where we want to be, I'm almost thinking that in the spring would be the time for us to truly establish some substantive boundaries that are reflective of where our community is now. And so, although I recognize that my district, the diversity of my district, includes a preference to a post-Labor Day because of the industries and the families and how we work in South County, especially, that I will always be leaning into that post-Labor Day because of that. But recognizing what happens on the back end now with the additions of holidays, with the changes of how we view spring breaks and some of our other things, I really do think that it would be more appropriate for us to do that. I would feel more comfortable, of course, supporting this motion if I could get some support for resurveying and with the community. We haven't actually reached out to our community in a while. And for a while, we were given a little bit of survey indigestion there to our constituents. Now, maybe this may be a good moment as we prepare to do a multi-year calendar, to reassess where our community truly is now that they see as a reflection of this. Because honestly, we're going to have a motion on the table that will not place the post-labor and the pre-labor at an equal vote opportunity today. That I do not see that materializing. After the recess, that was not brought as an option. So as we move forward here, having that second calendar really isn't doing the folks that I represent that want the post-day Labor Day, because it will never come to vote, because once the other gets its 5. So it with our process not being fairly accountable to actually truly deliberating on both options, I don't see that this is actually solving a consensus problem. But I would like to see that survey come out in some way, shape, or form. I think we should be hearing from our people more than just the writ. But the writ was indicative that there may be a shift. I did see a shift in our averaging numbers, indicating that maybe we need to survey the whole, because people just don't have time to write to us about this stuff all the time and keep track of our stuff. We've got very long agendas and business stuff because we're a big school, right? So I will be supporting this, but perhaps not for the same reasons beforehand, because I do believe we can find a better way of addressing what I wanted to address in that original motion that has not materialized despite those efforts. And I will say that, yes, I agree with Ms. Ellis in closing that I am disappointed that we cannot seem to, as a body, be supportive of what we actually pass in its full context and give things an actual chance. I think that is something that we could work on as a group to improve, because as it stands, I know the majority of my district will not feel represented by the process of our vote today. To have that fair opportunity to have the post-Labor Day calendar being presented in equal. And that is truly disappointing that their voice will be stymied today.
Okay, thank you. I think all the lights I see are old lights. Is there somebody? Ms. Frank, okay.
Yeah, I just had to circle back to just a comment or two. And I know Ms. Dent mentioned the length of the calendar and last year how far it went. But I did want to just bring up that we have had a significant positive change since then, which is now we can have our virtual snow day option. And that was the reason why, one of the reasons why the calendar went so late last year was because we had some inclement weather days and we ran out of our 3. So we went over. So that will have some remedy to be potentially addressed. So we may not run into that at this point. So some good news there for that. And then just as one closing statement, I couldn't find this earlier because I was the first one to jump on my light, but in our public comment, one comment that stood out to me was a parent who wrote in who specifically referenced our motion that we made and stated that they made their plans based on our motion and lamented that the board does this all the time, that they change their policy before they even allow it to happen, and that they wanted us to consider that before we vote. So I am absolutely considering that, and I wanted to present that to the board to please consider.
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay, Ms. Ellis.
Just real quick, because that made me think of something. I mean, we're less than a year out from next August, September. So it is conceivable that families have made vacation plans. And that is often a less expensive time to travel if you go last week of August. So that is problematic. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, Ms. Shawn. Oh, okay. Well, as the motion maker, you get to say something if you wish.
This only rescinds a previous board action. It does not address our upcoming conversation about the next school year. So I think we should take each motion for what it is and how it's written and what it states. You have it in front of you. That's all I have to say about that. We should vote.
Okay, seeing no more lights, Ms. Howell.
Ms. Schallheim moved to rescind the board's action taken on January 20th, 2021, that for all future calendars, we evaluate the start date in the following manner. If Labor Day lands on September 5th or later, the school year would begin the preceding Monday. If Labor Day lands on or before September 4th, the school year would begin the day after Labor Day. Mr. McGrath.
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth.
Aye.
Ms. Frank.
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim.
Aye.
Ms. Dent.
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
6-2, motion passes.
Okay, well, I was thinking perhaps at this point, we could take a preliminary, I guess the structure would be to make a motion to look at one and then the other.
No.
No? How do we do that then?
Can I suggest that, I don't know if there's a problem with this procedurally, but I believe there are motions that would apply to either calendar, and
Okay.
it could
All right.
impact the outcome ultimately.
Okay. All right.
We could just vote and state which one we would rather, and then we can amend as appropriate if needed that one, and then we can move to.
Yeah, I guess that
The
was kind of
consistency
what I was
question.
getting at, sort of.
President Tobin, I'm looking out at our, maybe
We don't need to make this difficult, y'all.
No, I'm not.
I'm saying, are we okay?
I'm trying to have a fair process here,
Yeah,
so
we
and make
can-
it as clean as possible.
We
Yeah.
can establish that one is A and the other is B, and
Yeah.
we say which one we go down the line. We say which one we would would prefer, and based on that outcome, we move forward.
Would that be?
That
I'm
would be
asking
fair.
if that would be reasonable as far as.
President Tobin, if I may make a suggestion, we just took a motion that that is irrespective of the calendars.
Right.
I would
We did.
suggest that all amendments, any amendment that members have that are more based on regardless of the calendar,
Right. We
that
dispose of.
we dispose of all of them
Right.
first, and then
Okay.
proceed accordingly, because as we stand now, and
Okay.
I just don't see why we wouldn't, or,
It could go
Okay.
either way.
but
actually.
it is definitely your call.
No,
but
I mean, I'm
I would
simply
suggest,
trying to give everything as
based on
fair
what
a
I'm
hearing
hearing
as,
here next to me,
as fair a hearing as possible.
I think that would be a better approach. Yeah.
Okay. So I see Ms. Schallheim's light.
I'm ready to move whenever you want me to move, or proceed however you want to proceed. I'll leave my light on until my motions are
I have an amendment that I.
Okay. Let's go with the motions, and if they,
Well, in the absence of agreeing on any other process, I'll
Yeah.
just make my motion. I move that this board adopt a pre-Labor Day calendar for the 2023-2024 school year as recommended by the calendar committee. So
okay.
I'm looking on for a second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Ellis, I see your light.
Yes. So my concern a couple minutes ago was I didn't feel it was appropriate for this board to adopt a calendar without knowing what it's fully going to look like when there's other amendments. But as I hear the motion, it is not adopting a calendar. It is the board agreeing to go with a pre-Labor Day start. And I'm comfortable with voting on that.
Okay. All right. Okay, so
But we don't have all of our members out, so
1, 2. Do we have a quorum?
we do have.
Yeah, we have a quorum. Okay, I see, wait, I see Ms. Dent's light, but Ms. Dent is not here. Ms. Ellis?
I actually do have comments to the motion. I just wanted to
Okay.
ensure that we're all in the same
Go
place.
ahead, Ms. Ellis.
Okay, so again, as my reasons stated earlier, I struggle with this. But I have issues with going late into June. I would like to see this board do better work in trying to condense our school calendar. And for that reason, I'm going to have things to say on a upcoming motion. But giving the options that are before us as far as where we're going to land, I am going to have to support, in this case, the pre-Labor Day start.
Okay, Ms. Corkada?
Well, as I indicated previously, and alluded to, I understand the late June, but I also, there is something to be said about, our duration of our summer, of our summer break, as well as substantially which month we are hanging out. We have kids in school. And those are two separate issues, I think. Because number one, we were in a required gubernatorial post-Labor Day environment. When that happened, that year that we had to adopt the post-Labor Day, our staff and our students got a little bit of extra time because we had previously been operating under a pre-Labor Day. So in that year, we did that. Everybody got a little bit of extra time. Likewise, when the board decided to go back to pre-Labor Day, naturally, those weeks got scrunched down. That's a one-time thing. We still are operating under the same amount of days and in the same way. So we're not adding or subtracting from someone's summer break by virtue of when it is starting, necessarily beyond a day or two in any given year, provided we actually have that stability and accountability that we're talking about doing. So I will not be for a pre-Labor Day, predominantly because that is what I know the majority, and not just majority, it's not just about majority, but the industries that need to survive up through Labor Day are those that are employing my students. They are the family business of my students. And we have labor shortages in the industries that these are in. We here in Annapolis are a tourism community. And so I do think that needs to play a role. And so I will not be for a pre-Labor Day. But I do agree, we need to get that in line. And I think if we could formulate a version that didn't either put us in a disparaging way in August or in June, it seems to be one or the other, I would be for us starting maybe a couple days before Labor Day, if we could find other resolves. But as it stands now, and the shape that we're in, I'm going to be a no on this. But I am supportive of some of the other initiatives I think that will be coming out of this, not just today, but also in the spring when we talk about the bigger picture of things.
Okay, my comments. Thank you, Ms. Dent. Sorry. Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, President Tobin. So I've spent a lot of time taking a look at both options. I've recently read, as I think many of us have, over 175 comments from stakeholders. And as I read those comments, I looked at that with an educational lens in terms of the reason for one or the other. So if I look at this calendar from an educational lens in terms of the benefits to our students, for me, it's a no-brainer. Having been there, having done that. I've also talked with many of my colleagues, And so I will be in support of the pre-labor calendar. I also do support, I think we do need to make sure that our families can have some stability, and that's why I would support that whatever calendar we do approve, that could be used as a model for a second year, so we could have a second, a 2-year cycle, so that people will have the ability for stability. This does not mean that I don't have some questions concerning some of the issues raised by Ms. Corkadell, Ms. Ellis, in terms of what can we do in the future to help, so that maybe we could at some point in time have a post Labor Day calendar. And I think a lot of what is going to happen will depend upon our success with the 180-day issue that we are going to tackle, and I'm hoping we're going to have success with that, because that will allow for the innovation that we need, and it will be, again, in the best interest of our students and our staff.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis, did you put your light back on? No. Oh, okay. Ms. Shalom, I'll come to you at the end. I would just like to add a couple of comments. I second everything that Mr. Silkworth is saying from an academics perspective. Most teachers know instruction in June has pretty much no meaning. It's after exams. We have to be cognizant of when our students need their instruction most. I agree on consolidating the school year, and I agree with Mr. Silkworth that the 180-day thing is exactly what we need to address that. I should also say, however, with regard to the district I represent, I have families who sadly cannot afford an education, a vacation, let alone camps for their kids. The length going through Labor Day brings, the summer vacation going through Labor Day brings actually great hardship, and children, frankly, having nothing to do while their parents have to work. And so I just think there are many voices that we need to listen to here, and particularly with regard to the impact on our children, and often, quite frankly, our most vulnerable children. And so for that reason, I will be in support of this. So Ms. Scholheim.
Thank you. Yeah, for me, this isn't about Labor Day. This is about looking at our post-Labor Day calendar and looking at that last week that runs up almost against July, and thinking, I don't want that. I don't think many people in this, I know most people in this county don't want that. We did put this out for public comment, and it wasn't close. It wasn't 50-50 even, with regards to this particular calendar year. Now, I'm not talking about, every year into the future, thou shalt, it must be one way or another. But for this upcoming year, when I look at these two options, it was clear for me. Now, from an educational perspective, because remember, this is an educational tool, an instructional tool, we have to think about our AP, our IB, our CTE certification tests, which ones of those are controlled by us, which ones of those aren't. And frankly, there are a lot that aren't. And then what are we saying? Are we saying that it's that we're okay with them having, a week or two or more less of instruction than their peers outside of this county or outside of this state? And so I look at this as with the instructional lens very much. And I look at that last week, and I look at all those weeks of school after Labor Day, if we did the post, and just having a kiddo at home too. There's it's sort of a waste at that point. So yeah, I just look for your support on this. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more lights. Ms. Howell.
Ms. Schalheim moved that this board adopt the pre-Labor Day calendar for the 2023-2024 school year as recommended by the calendar committee. Mr. McGrath.
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth.
Aye.
Ms. Frank.
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
No, I'm going to be a nay, but I have to question something. Ms. Ellis had asked for clarification that the motion was simply for pre-Labor Day and post-Labor Day. What you just read is the actual calendar itself. So could we get clarification on what we are voting on? Because I don't believe that perhaps at least one member was aware of that because of the answer provided to her. And what I just heard is not in alignment.
Could you read the motion again, Ms. Howell?
Ms. Schalheim moved that the board adopt the pre-Labor Day calendar for the 2023-2024 school year as recommended by the calendar committee.
I recommend that, as a point of order, that we reconsider our roll call vote.
Can I
I
say
know that's irregular, and I don't know what the exact chapter and article is on that Robert's rules, but we do have an opportunity if someone thought they were voting
have a
on
light
something
for this.
different.
Okay. I mean, we can amend. All right, Ms. Ellis.
Okay, so when this motion was made, I indicated that I was concerned. The reason I said the things I said before the motion was made was I did not think it was appropriate for this board to adopt a calendar without knowing what it was going to look like with the amendments that we knew were going to be brought. But I was comfortable, I said, moving forward with this motion because the way it was worded was a pre-Labor Day start.
Okay.
Or well, I wasn't corrected when I indicated that that's what I heard the motion to be. So that's how we proceeded.
No, I read it. I read it into the record. It was seconded. The motion is seconded appropriately. You have to got it at option.
Okay.
Ms. Schalheim, I indicated the reason I brought up the concern I had about adopting a calendar and the reason I was comfortable moving forward with this motion. If I misheard it, I should have been corrected in that moment. I indicated I was comfortable in moving forward with a start date for the school year next year. I am not comfortable moving forward with adopting a calendar. So I would change my vote had I known.
If I could just too, we were given advance notice, and I honestly think that the spirit and intent of us debating is really to allow everybody to be heard. Ms. Ellis made it perfectly clear that she had intended on an amendment, and that amendment would affect all of the dates on there. As I had stated prior to Ms. Ellis raising her initial concern was that I didn't understand why we wouldn't address the amendments that were relevant to both prior to. And when Ms. Schalheim had placed her motion, I would have, had Ms. Ellis not requested the clarification based on that. And I did not hear the president, who is our presiding officer's decision on my original inquiry, nor on Ms. Ellis. And so now we're in a position where I still don't know where, we are now in limbo. So I would request that our presiding officer confer as needed and address
I will request
the
that
situation.
I will ask that we adjourn for a few minutes and we figure this out. Hello again for another episode. Days of something. Anyway. Okay, I am going to ask Ms. Howell one more time to read the motion before us.
Ms. Shaw, I move that this board adopt a pre-Labor Day calendar for the 2023-2024 school year as recommended by the calendar committee. Mr. McGrath.
Well, I was going to
Sorry.
say, I do think there was a little confusion. I would like to start the roll call over. And so, Ms. Howell, please. Okay.
Now, I have an amendment to
Okay.
the motion.
Okay. I think we can do that. We have a motion and a second on the floor.
Change.
We have an
as-
amendment. Okay.
Change as to like, to prevent any confusion. So, like recommended by the calendar committee. The calendar committee recommended a calendar that starts pre-Labor Day.
Right.
And that is what many of us believe we are voting on right now, not the particular calendar that was brought before us.
Second.
Okay, so if the motion maker accepts, well, it was our motion, but can we take it as a tech edit, or do you think it's substantive enough that?
Aaron says no.
Okay, so we need to vote. We need to vote on this amendment. Okay, so we have the amendment and we had a second on the amendment,
Yeah.
right? Okay,
Let's vote on
so
that.
let's dispose of the amendment. Ms. Howell.
Does anyone need me to read it again?
No.
Okay. Mr. McGrath.
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth.
Nay.
Ms. Frank.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
On the amendment?
On the amendment.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Nay.
Ms. Dent.
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
6-2, motion passes.
Okay, so we have the amendment. So Ms. Ellis, I see a light. Is that, okay. Okay, so I think we're ready to vote on the motion as amended.
Ms. Shaw, I move that this board adopt a pre-Labor Day calendar for the 2023-2024 school year, like recommended by the calendar committee. Mr. McGrath.
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth.
Aye.
Ms. Frank.
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Ms. Dent.
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-2.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ellis.
I have an amendment for the proposed calendar. I'm sorry, I'm pulling it up. So the entire time I've been a board member, we've heard time and time again from families that there's a lot of disruption in the school year. And I mentioned a few minutes ago that I would like to see us be able to condense our calendar and find ways to condense it. But what often comes up is the number of early dismissal days. And I appreciate the work of the calendar committee in being able to remove a few of them in their recommended calendar. But my motion is, in order to maximize student learning by minimizing disruptions to the school day and to reduce the practical and financial burden on families created by early student dismissals, I move that the proposed calendar be amended to remove the early dismissals on October 18th, December 6th, February 7th, and March 20th.
Second.
And I have a few words to say about it. If you look at the proposed calendar and consistent with this year's calendar, these particular early dismissals are listed on the calendar as 2-hour early dismissal No afternoon ECI, Project Unity Day Professional Development. This is what they're listed as on the calendar. And we're very well, all very aware that there is professional development that goes on these 4 afternoons. And we're also very, very aware from many presentations here, including what was told to us today, that these 4 afternoons are focused on equity-focused professional development. My motion has nothing to do with professional development. It has to do with the school calendar and removing disruptions in the learning process for our students, which to me is a big equity issue. This motion does not eliminate professional development. Teachers professional development and the scheduling of it is in the superintendent's purview. I consider equity to be of utmost importance for our students, and I believe that this can enhance equity. I believe it was sometime last year, Mr. Silkworth and I sat down in a work group session with many, many teachers, some administrators, some other school staff, to work with them to see how we can improve their working conditions, because certainly COVID really piled on the work and brought us to a breaking point as far as workload issues for our staff. But workload concerns have not, they're not something new. They're not simply because of COVID. They still exist. And I firmly believe that any professional development would be much more effective, not in the middle of our quarters when teachers are teaching their students. They have enough on their plates. And I believe this motion will serve equity for our students.
Okay. All right. I think the next light was Ms. Schulheim.
Dr. Bedell, I would love to know your thoughts and feelings on this motion and its implications for our staff and students, teachers, staff, and students.
Ms. Schulheim, yeah, this is an interesting topic to talk about, and one that I'm up for having the discussion. I'll start off by saying to Ms. Ellis, I really do appreciate you. Number one, for letting me know, and you didn't blindside me like I'm bringing this motion up. So I absolutely respect that. I think at the time when we talked about this, I said, hey, the implications of removing those days is something that I need to look into, simply because those are the days that are dedicated for us to do our equity work in this school district. And given the fact that I have seen the trainings where training was happening for the trainers, I haven't been into a school yet to actually see it in action, right? Which is part of what I was saying earlier. I'm also going off of secondary information on what these trainings are doing. We always want to make sure that any training that we do is a value add and that it's making us better as a school district. And I know that equity in this school district has been a priority for a number of years. I don't know if it was 7 or 8 years ago that this really did become a major focus, and it also is what led the board inclusion of these early dismissal days to ensure that we're able to make sure that we're doing this work. As a superintendent who has spoken on equity and is highlighted on many presentations, whether it's presenting to thousands of superintendents across the country, I value the work that needs to be done in this area, given the fact that we all have a responsibility to try to eliminate disparities that exist. And the thing that I must mention up here is equity work cannot just be something that is done in August. I don't even know how we find the time in August to do it. It has to be ongoing. The complaint that I have gotten over the years as a senior level administrator from teachers is you guys do these trainings at the very beginning of the school year, and then the complaint comes later. Hey, then you just left it. You expect us to know how to do these things, and there's no revisiting of it. There's no building on it. The way that it's currently configured, it allows for us to also have relevant real-time conversations around equity and some of the happenings that occur that we think could impact our students and our staff in real time. And so we want to make sure that what we're doing is focused, that it does focus on kindness, that it does focus on acceptance, that it does focus on inclusion. A conversation that I had to have with several parents last night around just making sure that people understand my understanding of what inclusion looks like in this school district. And I think those conversations went extremely well. But we want the conversations that I'm having with people, the way that we're having it, that I'm having it with people, we want that to also play out in how we're conducting our training. And so I just haven't had time to get in and evaluate it and to then be able, with some level of data, come back and say, hey, it's working or it's not working. And I think I'll have an opportunity to continue to evaluate that and to make sure that we do it. But here's the other piece that I have to say. We have a board policy. One of 3 priority recommendations on the Joint Commission on the Opportunity Gap, which is a partner with this board and the Anne Arundel County government, is establishing a practice within the Board of Education central office and the other participating political entities here, that we have a documented equity analysis to accompany all proposed policies and decisions. And we know that this can't be done properly and implemented if we're not able to do this professional development. It's very, and I've said this at this point, many of the days in August are already accounted for. So I don't know how we are able to get this in, not having those early dismissal days. But I think this is a bigger conversation around, as we think about the evolution of what our actual calendar looks like, that we need to explore. I too agree, Ms. Ellis, that these half days are tough. I have a middle schooler and my wife is like, man, it feel like every other day she's got half days. So I agree with that. I 100% do. I just, at this point, it's difficult on me with the limited knowledge to say that, hey, we need to try to figure out how to move these days around without getting in and doing my due diligence. And I also think that this school district is one of the leaders in this work. Just a few years ago, the school district, one of 5, with populations of 20,000 or more, received the Magna Award from the National School Boards Association in recognition of innovative programs that are working to remove barriers to achievement for underserved and vulnerable students. And a lot of this is based on the work that we're doing. I had an opportunity to sit in a session on Thursday and watch our team present at a national conference on how they're working to adhere to the board policy and to talk about the different steps that we're taking to truly be as inclusive as we can possibly be of a school district. But I just want to do my part and be able to get in and see for myself. And like I said earlier, I invite any of the board members to go with me so we can see and we can come back and talk about the efficacy of what we're doing. Is it working or is it not working? And what can we do differently? But I think this year we've already removed 3 days. So we've gone from 15 to 12. So we are starting to cut back. I just think for me, I need this next half of the year to really do my due diligence before I could, support it. But ultimately, it's up to the board. And here's what I will tell you all: whatever the decision is, we're ready to pivot. That's what I will say.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bedell. Ms. Schulheim, did you have additional comments?
Yeah, well, I just had an additional comment about that. You know, we just hired you. I do agree that I mean, I'm a parent too with a kid in the system, so I get it, you know, but I can't support making this kind of change without you being able, without giving you some time to see what you even think about it, and to come back to us with some recommendations. So philosophically, I am in support of this, but today I can't vote in support of this, if that makes sense. I need to wait and hear back from you. Yes, the calendar is under the board's purview and PD's under yours, but I have to wait and see what you come back with, so we can hit all of what we need to hit in terms of equity. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe the next in line is Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Tobin, and thank you for presiding over a calendar. It's a calendar
Why did
agenda
I say
item.
yes?
Yes, I know. Really? You said yes again. All right. Well, now it's all on you.
Yeah.
For real. No, my fellow members have always been taking a look, trying to, and that's why I asked staff earlier on to please kind of go over this, because this is something that you struggle with, and you want to be responsive to your community and your community's needs, because they represent in part what our students' needs are. And I could probably pull up just as many emails that are prefer to have that from a staff perspective as whom do not. Ultimately, I see us going in a direction with the calendar recommendations that I hope we'll get a chance to adopt alongside here eventually with this calendar, that they recommended that we take our approach to the next level. And I'd like to see that happen, because as we stand right now, this is how we are set up. And this is how our parents are set up. I think it would benefit us to look at this in the multi-year realm as opposed to the contrary, because I really think that I personally struggle, because I feel that it's our calendar and we do receive advice from a committee. But the committee over the years, I do not know, has necessarily all of the stakeholders that we need to make the determinations, like Dr. Bedella had pointed out, and to make sure that we have that holistic. We should always be evaluating the profile of who is advising us. I think that's a regular, healthy course of any institution, especially one our size, is to make sure that are all those people being represented. That's 101 equity lens, and it used to be 101 common sense back when I was being educated. And so, not that is not an everyday effort of one's entire life, but I really do think that this is something better suited for that future point. And I do have a lot of admiration and gratitude towards my fellow member for investing the time and the efforts into it. I hope to be able to support this along with some other structural changes, and I look forward to doing that together as a team. I will be a no on this amendment, but I don't want the no being a no or to hear 6 months from now, well, we already decided on that. I think we're deciding on it, and I want to go on record for this moment in time, for this particular calendar, as amended, not as we made the decision, because that sometimes happens. So I will be a no today, but I look forward to supporting it alongside with some other, I think, changes that we can make definitely for the better. And I do appreciate the staff. I actually asked the question prior to our meeting that Ms. Schulheim had asked, and I do know it is available on the board site, and we were made aware of that earlier today. So thank you guys so very much, because I do think it's important that we hear from everyone
Thank
accordingly.
you. Ms. Frank.
Yes, thank you. I did just want to mention that we do see within the calendar committee's recommendations that they did add a suggestion for a PD day on November 1st, which I think is a great idea, and I do support that. I think that it was a really great way to kind of take feedback and put that into a place where it makes sense, and it's, parents would embrace that. I mean, even if they have to find childcare, at least they're like, well, it overall, it still helps the family dynamic, right? Because they're all going to be out late anyway. So there are certain areas where I do support professional development. We have gotten a lot of complaints about the half days. And I remember when we moved into adding the half days, I don't even remember exactly where all I landed on some of it, because I know that it was worth trying. And as Dr. Bedell says, it's worth trying things. And if they don't work, you don't do them. We have gotten a lot of complaints about all of the half days. I'm glad that we got rid of some. I do want to get rid of more. We had a couple of comments in some of the other motions earlier about the educational and the instructional lens. But I'm not an educator. I'm a parent, and I ran for this board as a parent to represent people in my community. And what parents want is more stability in their calendar, and especially with the direction that we are going today, I am going to fight for that stability. So I will be a no on this motion.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dent.
Yeah, I was like, huh?
I meant yes on the motion. I'm sorry. It's a long day.
It's been a long day, folks. Okay, Ms. Dent.
So the calendar for me has always been probably the most interesting and intriguing thing that I've ever done on this board.
Those
I
are some
say that
interesting words.
It is because I am a driven person by this little thing called a calendar. Everybody wants you to stick to it. We plan our life around it, right? And parents, rightfully so, plan their work schedule around it. What I find myself kind of conflicted with is two things. So 8 hours of professional development for the superintendent to train his staff on things that are important. He's been directed to make sure that they are trained on. And equity is one of them. So the professional development lens, if you just stick with professional development, has got to be done. Now, he was kind enough to say he'll get it done, as he's put in his email. But the question is, if I am right, they should be done during the duty hour when the educator is there, not after hours, not on some spare time, not a made up. It should be part of the schedule, and the schedule is public. So that's one. The second one is that the 8 hours that is specifically laid out targets the days that we're doing professional development for equity. That becomes problematic when there are 2-hour early dismissals almost every month in every calendar. So what I disagree with is the targeted of the dates. I think that if we are being fair, and not just because Dr. Bedell is the superintendent, but because of professional development, it can't be we can't have an institution without professional development. And professional development should be and must be baked into the calendar continuously. If we don't like the content of the professional development, then let's address that, and let's not sleep, or use in other words, let's not pretend that that's not what we're talking about. If we really truly want to not interrupt the day of the 2 hours dismissal, then we give that back to the calendar committee to reevaluate the calendar so that there's not so many early dismissal days. I think that is a different point altogether. What I'm really getting frustrated about is we can't keep on using the word an equity lens, and then everything about equity becomes problematic. So what is it that we want to do with equity? If we don't want it on the calendar, then say that. I'm just getting frustrated with the fact that we target equity at all times. I do know that equity is important to everyone that's sitting on this board. I do know that equity is important to this entire staff. What I don't know is where do we put equity at on our list of things to do when it comes to the calendar. I don't know where we're putting that at. And so what I'm suggesting, rather than go down this road of, are we talking about equity? Or are we talking about professional development? Or are we talking about not disrupting the student's day? That we define that thing that we're really talking about. And I don't think that we've done that just far, because it's not fair to go back to the calendar committee and say, we're just going to remove those days, because the next step is, what do we put professional development? Because there's a domino effect to every decision that we make. So I'm asking that we be transparent about what is it that we want, the directions that we want to go, and then where do we put these other things? Because I think it's unfair to vote on a motion that doesn't give the outcome, that doesn't get the outcome that we're looking for, because we're going to put it somewhere else. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Ms. Schalheim.
I just had a question. When were the 4 Unity early dismissal days established, if you don't mind? What year, do you know?
They were,
Well before I was on the
did
board.
some research on that. Let me find it.
And I don't need to know that right now. I
Nope.
just was curious.
The 2011, 2012 school year, they were put in as, they were called attacking the gap days then.
Got
We're
it.
talking about achievement gaps and
Got
equity
it.
work, but that's when they were put in.
So all of those days were put in well before any of us were on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to say a couple of things, and then Ms. Ellis, you will have the final word. So a couple of thoughts. I believe that we need to give Dr. Bedell the opportunity to make a considered decision on this. We hired him because we trusted his ability to lead the system. I think we should let him make that decision. And because, to Ms. Dent's point, it's not just taking something out, it's where do you put it back? And, doing that right now, he's not in a good position, I think, as he has stated, to make that decision. I have no doubt he would pivot if he had to. I know he will, but I don't think that's a wise decision for this system and for us to ask of the superintendent we've just hired. I also want to say a word about professional development in general. Some of you know that as part of my day job, I lead accreditation teams evaluating public charter networks around the country, and I have for a decade or so. The ability to have good professional development, and as Dr. Bedell has said, have it not simply as a, fire hose at the beginning of the year or something, but really woven into the year, is often one of the defining factors in the excellence of a school system. And this is for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's pretty obvious. You're continually refining the practice of your teachers. But secondly of all, it's a huge recruitment tool when you do it well. I know plenty of teachers who have moved from one system to another, largely on the basis of whether or not they believe they are working in a system that is growing them as practitioners. And so while from a parental perspective, and I certainly have been a parent in this system, PD is a little bit opaque as sort of a thing on the calendar that says my kid has to be somewhere else today. They can't be in school. From the perspective of educators and ultimately of our children, It is profoundly important, and it cannot be and should not be simply an added thing that we squeeze in when we've taken care of every other need. It has to be fully intertwined in what we do. I trust Dr. Bedell to determine how best to do that, as he said, to determine whether or not this is a value add. And if it isn't, how do we make it so? If it is, great. And so I will not be in support of this motion. However, I do believe, I said this before, there are problems with early dismissals. I believe the discussion we had previously about our legislative priorities begins to get at one of the core things that's getting in our way. And finally, I will say, here's the danger, the biggest danger in my view of the rigidity of our calendar broadly with regard to the constraints around things like how many days. Our students are far from dumb. They know when they're sitting in school just because somebody said so on a rule book versus when they're there because they need to be there. And the biggest danger we face, I believe, as educators, is having children twig at some point that most of this is somehow busy work, because then you lose them. So I'm all for an authentically determined calendar. I think that has to come from Dr. Bedell's analysis. I think Dr. Bedell has heard us loud and clear. I congratulate the calendar committee on reducing the number of half days thus far. I hope this trend will continue with their efforts and with our legislative efforts. And so those are my thoughts on this. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I'm going to start out by saying my colleague, who I truly love dearly, I feel question my motivation here, implying that I don't like the content of the PD, so I'm trying to eliminate them, saying pretend we're not talking about the content of the PD when we are. I made the point out the gate that this is not about the content of the PD, and I contend that these early dismissals create an equity issue. I proposed alternatives to when and how this PD can occur. I've also, Dr. Bedell, I completely understand and respect your position. I don't think I would expect you to have any other opinion than you do right now, because you are assessing, and I know you are very you're very astute to it. Like you, I can see that you can look at a situation pretty quickly, pick up on, where the issues are. So I have every faith in that, and I appreciate that. But you did characterize this as the days to do our equity work. And in my opinion, this should not be our equity work. It should be a very small piece of it. I've said it before on this dais long before Dr. Bedell got here, that it troubles me that we were putting so much faith into a few afternoons as our solution to equity concerns. Look at our test scores. You can see where the gaps are. This work should be happening in department meetings regularly. This should be about educational practices. Look, I hate that I'm sitting here talking about PD, because I'm talking about our school calendar. I'm talking about 4 afternoons that I believe firmly, because I believe what our families tell us, create a hardship on them. So while I fully appreciate that Dr. Bedell needs time to really have a firm opinion and a recommendation for this board, today is the day we're adopting our calendar. And I've been in the seat for 4 years, and I know that this is good for our students to have less disruption. Dr. Bedell mentioned kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. These should be expected at all times and should not require extensive training to treat others as we want to be treated. That should be a daily expectation, and we shouldn't accept any less. I noted that almost everyone in this discussion referred to them as half days. 2-hour early dismissals are less than a third of the day. But let's face it, they are extremely disruptive. They are not considered, psychologically, certainly in the student's mind, a day for learning. And finally, while I appreciate board members turning to our superintendent for his recommendation, the calendar again is the board's decision, and there should be PD happening throughout the school year. I think the time to dive deep into these topics is before the students are in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Dent, is that your previous slide? Okay.
No, it's not. Ms. Ellis, I just want to be clear that it is not my intent to think that you are targeting professional development. It is the fact that the dates that are called out are the professional development days for equity. So my concern is that your objective at the conversation was to get rid of some of the early dismissal days to avoid the disruption. However, when you start calling out the calendar specific dates, those dates address equity, which is why everybody's talking about equity on this dais. So my point is not to single you out. My point is that the conversation came up about equity only because everyone knows that those are the equity days. So in fact, when you add that to the motion, that is the piece that derails the conversation and starts the conversation down this path. If we are just talking about getting rid of early dismissal, as I told you before, I support that. What I am concerned about and remain concerned about is the dates that's in the motion, which is what concerns me, because those dates target professional development that is toward equity, which means they have to be baked somewhere else. So it is not to imply, as I well know that you more than care about equity. It is simply to say that those dates does target that. That's where I was going with that. The second part of that is that we do this every time. If what directions is gets rid of early dismissal days to where we want to change it from 8 days to 4 days, I'm simply suggesting that we give that to the calendar committee prior, not after. And then the last thing is we have to have professional development. And so whether we do it during these early dismissal days or when, it has to be baked into the calendar. So not to single you out or any person out about their agendas. It is simply to say that from a calendar perspective, there's 3 distinctive things, but it's one singular motion that it addresses. That's simply all I was addressing.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dent. Ms. Frank?
Just a brief question to anybody who wants to answer. I was my understanding that the other, I believe it is 8 days, is that correct, Mr. Mosher, were required by our contracts. Is that
So I can't speak to the contract. They are 2 early dismissal days at the end of each of the 4
Yeah.
marking periods.
And then that totals the 8.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
I would need to
Yeah.
confer with Ms. Rawls about what the exact language in that contract was. I would not be comfortable sitting here saying that
Okay.
there are 2 required at each of those marking periods.
Okay. I'm under the
I'm happy to get that
impression-
answer
yeah,
to you.
I'm under the impression that those are not something that we can tweak. And I'm happy to be corrected, but I believe that that's where we are. And just as another aside, I've had comments, and I do want to bring this particular comment because I think it's relevant. They're on a Wednesday, which are some of the hardest days to get. And so if we ever go back to the drawing board on this again, maybe we could at least look at moving the day to a Friday or something. And I think that you had said that at one point, but maybe we could bring that back up and
So it's a
rehash it.
conversation
Yeah.
at the calendar committee.
Yep.
Every year we talk about early dismissals. Here's the fact. Teachers don't attend PD on Friday afternoons.
Is that a choice?
I mean, it's just really that simple.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, I believe I see no more lights.
I'm sorry, but as the
Ms.
motion
Ellis?
maker,
Yes.
real quick, so Ms. Dent pointed out a good point that if I had addressed the other days up front, it would completely explain my line of thinking, which is that we can't touch, and I don't care if it's, whether it's contractual or not, teachers need time. They need time to transition between quarters. I don't consider those as something we can touch. That only leaves 4 other days, 4 other early dismissal days on the calendar. It has nothing to do with the content of PD. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ellis. All right, I believe there are no more lights. Ms. Howell.
Ms. Ellis moved that the proposed calendar be amended to remove early dismissals on October 18th, December 6th, February 7th, and March 20th. Mr. McGrath.
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth.
Nay.
Ms. Frank.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim.
Nay.
Ms. Dent.
Nay.
Dr. Tobin.
Nay.
2-6, motion fails.
Thank you. Ms. Schalheim.
So I have a question for you, Madam President. Because we changed the wording of the motion do we have to go back and formally approve? Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. All right, so I'm going to read the motion that I move that this board adopt the pre-Labor Day calendar for the 2023-2024 school year as recommended by the calendar committee.
Second.
And hopefully we've been round this enough.
Okay, Ms. Ellis.
I just want to be thoroughly clear that there were multiple recommendations made by the calendar committee that are not just this calendar. I hear the motion to read that the motion involves simply this calendar. Correct. I want to make sure
The 2023-2024 calendar.
Right.
As recommended by the calendar committee.
Making absolutely clear. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Corkadell.
So I presume our member will be presenting her other motion as it relates to the nature of what we're going to do moving forward.
Correct. Once we eventually get
Yeah,
through this.
because I was going to suggest we separate if not, because we need that agility, because who knows what our legislature is going to do.
That
We
is
always
next. Let's
always get
dispose of this
surprises.
first.
Yeah, so my position will be remaining as such, and I will be supporting the remainder of it and have no further comments to make. I've already stated my position.
Okay, I don't see any lights. Ms. Schalheim, do you want to make some?
I don't. I want to vote.
Okay.
In case I haven't made that clear. It's time for voting. It's almost 4.
Ms. Howell.
Sorry, can you read back your motion, please?
All right. One more time, just for good measure. I move that this board adopt the pre-Labor Day calendar for the 2023-2024 school year as recommended by the calendar committee.
I second.
That was clear.
Mr. McGrath,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Nay.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin. I'm sorry, Ms. Dent.
It was nay anyway.
Yeah.
No, it's me. It's aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-2.
Okay.
Ms. Schalheim.
All right. Let's be brief, shall we? All right. I move that the board begin the school year calendar adoption process 2 years in advance, utilizing a consistent committee-based process for building calendars with a holistic view of the school system's needs each year and in accordance with policy IB.
You have a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Ellis.
I support the need for consistency. I don't think we're in a place yet where we can do this because it's already in our legislative program that we may be adopting at our next meeting to seek some flexibility in our calendar from the state. So we don't know enough about what that's going to look like and what we'll be able to work with. So I feel like right now we're working on a year-by-year basis until we hopefully get to a place where we want to be. In the future, I support consistency, as I've stated every year, in the development of our calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
So I will be supporting this motion. We've talked about this, and I got to say, as a parent who's lived under multi-year and under year by year, I am always in preference of the multi-year, recognizing, I mean, we're adjusting whether we're year by year or multi-year anyways, for a whole host of reasons that come up. I mean, who would have thought that all of a sudden an executive order would come up, that led us to have to change our June profile of our calendar following a post-Labor Day executive order. And so having that agility, of course, I don't see it diminishing. I would like to ask, though, in the past, and this is where, welcome, Dr. Bedell, so to speak, I'm not really sure how you feel about things as such, as I had indicated in our earlier conversation and deliberation on these matters, that I think our survey of thing, and to be clear, the last time I think the survey was pretty straightforward, was pre-Labor Day, post-Labor Day, and maybe we added one or two more other questions, but it was pretty straightforward and simple. I'm wondering if I need to make a motion, or if this is something we can just here and now kind of agree to move forward with, because I have been under the impression we were moving forward in the past and then it not materialized. So that's why I'm asking, is there an interest or a way we could develop a survey that could address some of these 2-hour early dismissals versus a 2-hour start later, which is some of the suggestions I've been hearing from people. And, our calendar committee is always placed at a disadvantage, of course, because I feel like we're almost hearing from a percentage of the people in the postscript, and they are reacting to the recommendation, when usually that should be interactive from, as we materialize. And so I'm going to be voting yes on this motion, but this would also be the place where we would ask for additional data that goes beyond what was already presented. And from what I heard in all of the amendment deliberations is that we are making suppositions, and we're making them based on limited feedback at a less than 1 percentile ratio, and we have gained great value and usually receive a strong, robust feedback from our surveys. And so I understand these are also tiresome endeavors as it relates to staff intensity and then ensuring we get the feedback and then the follow-up. So I would ask if there's an interest here and how you feel about us maybe asking, or right now it's just me asking, of course, but that there is value enough in there for, and then how would you prefer to proceed if you concur or in part or with that idea?
Yeah, for me, given the presentation we presented to you all earlier on one of the legislative agenda items that we're going after, that I think there's some promise there that probably could pass, would absolutely warrant us having to engage our community around the many different types of options that we could explore. And I would probably say it would be a better time to do that once we know for certain that we now have that tool in the toolbox.
And I would also argue that likewise, if it takes more than one session to get that adopted, which sometimes it unfortunately does, that we would be by still following through with such a survey and collection of data and community engagement as appropriate, that we would also strengthen our position for subsequent years if the GSA was hesitating a little bit on that. So it sounds like we're okay with it. I would just ask what the president's opinion is, because it's not a place of any one member to impose such a project. But I would like it, because this is kind of part of the motion of how we're going to proceed with this multi-year calendar. So
my immediate sense is that this is something that we simply need to have further conversation with Dr. Bedell about. I mean, everything I've seen from Dr. Bedell, I think all of us have seen, is he is very committed to getting public input in every possible way. And so I would again suggest that, Dr. Bedell, you've heard the concerns today. And I will follow up with Dr. Bedell, because I think that's the real question. Does this get lost, or does it
correct. I've had many of my things get lost.
Yes. So I'm happy to follow up with Dr. Bedell as we move forward and report back if that's acceptable to the member and sort of where people are.
Okay. No, I'm fine with that. I just didn't want to miss an opportunity there if we needed to do any instruct. Thank you so very much for taking an extra couple minutes to address that. I think in the long run that is time well invested in us making it perfectly clear to our constituency that we have an interest in wanting to work with them, not just hear from them in moments of time. So thank you very much for both of
Okay.
your responses.
Thank you. Ms. Frank.
Yes, so I just, to the motion maker, I wanted some clarity on this. I move that the board begin the school calendar adoption process 2 years in advance, but there's no definitive date on it. So, I mean, I do want to commit to some stability. I keep saying that. I honestly do. And I do want a 2-year calendar. I think that that's needed. And I think that would really help a lot of folks in managing their lives with the calendar that we would give in advance. I do want to wait to develop the next year's calendar until we the subsequent calendar until we understand what the legislative body brings back to us. But the way that I am reading this, those two things could still be accomplished because this does not have a start date. So if we say, hey,
Correct.
we're not there yet, we're not ready to start the 2-year calendar, we can still pause that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. But then I do support this motion.
It doesn't put limitations on it. We just sort of declare our intent that I mean, we're already late on that anyway because
Yeah.
we're doing, but that, next year we'll have 2 before us, we hope. we could have the second year out one later this coming year in the spring, for example. It just gives us, now we have a place to start from, and it begins that process.
Okay, and
It
then so
doesn't
if
assign any
we get
timeline
the
to it.
legislation passed that we hope to see, I would fully support incorporating that. If we don't, I would say at that time, I wouldn't be ready to follow through with a second calendar.
It
at the same
doesn't
time.
preclude
So,
further
yep. So I
action of
just
the
want to
board.
throw that out that
Mr.
until we get to that point.
Mr. Mosher.
So I just have, on a day that's probably been confusing for folks who are watching, just to try to eliminate any confusion, let me just ask it this way. Should the board pass this motion, my understanding is it does not launch the 2-year calendar creation process. Is that correct?
That's not how I read it.
It would launch the 2-year.
So this is why I asked the question.
Yeah. So could we begin following the conclusion of this year's General Assembly, or some sort of there's no date on it, so there's no start date. So it to me, it wouldn't necessarily launch at the
That's
conclusion
exactly
of
why
this
I
meeting. So I appreciate that comment.
Well, I actually had I had a question to your question. Let's say the Maryland General Assembly does what we're hoping it will, and take away the and put in the or. Would we even be in a position at that moment to pivot that hard to produce a brand new calendar with that in mind?
We would be in a position to begin that.
Begin it. Yeah.
Because it will be a process.
Your
Absolutely right.
Mike.
Your mic's on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you will begin the process. So we already have that ability now to start moving forward with the process of engaging, because this is a fundamental change potentially in the mindset of what a school calendar could look like. And that is going to require a lot of engagement. So it's not one of those deals like as soon as the bill passes, now overnight, we're going to, be able to pivot to these other calendar options. There's significant engagement that will have to take place. So, yeah.
Mr. Schalheim, if I could, so to add to Dr. Bedell's comments, you would be so to pivot, you would be looking at the 24-25 calendar anyway, because the General Assembly is not going to adjourn until April.
Right.
And the effective date of that legislation is not going to be until at some point after that.
Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, the motion doesn't lock us into any sort of timeline. I think that if we're all in agreement that we would rather see this ideally as a 2-year out sort of thing for planning purposes and whatever, if it takes us quite some time to then develop the ideal calendar based on your recommendations, based on calendar committee, for what that would look like in a post hours and days, driven world, then maybe it's sort of a moot point for that calendar 2 years out at that point. Maybe it would still be status quo since it would take that time. I mean, it would be nothing shy of a miracle to get something through in one session, though I hope it will.
But that's true.
But it happens. So I don't think the motion locks us into any particular time frame or deadline or period of any kind. There's nothing listed in the motion that would indicate this.
Ms. Ellis, you're next.
I would need a legal reading on that, because I read it as I move that the board begin the school year calendar adoption process 2 years in advance, telling me that as soon as this motion passes, we got to get working on 24-25 because we're late.
It went through legal.
Okay, well, I have not heard
what the
a legal opinion on
implications of
this.
it are
Yes.
is the question.
Correct.
Right.
I'm not ready to work on the 24-25 calendar prior to the spring.
I believe
Okay.
legal is entering the room.
No.
Or is that someone?
No.
else?
Mr. Burns has asked if you can take a recess
Okay.
and he can come and speak with you.
So do we have to close to do
Close
that?
for
Because
legal.
if the whole board is going to confer with him,
Yes.
so we need a closed motion.
I move to enter into closed session to receive legal advice.
Second.
Do we have consensus? Okay, here we go. Yeah. All right. Are we ready
Let's vote.
to vote on said motion? Okay. Ms. Howell, would you
I just want to vote.
Yeah.
Ms. Schalheim moved that the board begin the calendar, I'm sorry, let me restart. Ms. Schalheim moved that the board begin the school year calendar adoption process 2 years in advance, utilizing a consistent committee-based process for building calendars with a holistic view of the school system's needs each year and in accordance with policy IB. Mr. McGrath.
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth.
Aye.
Ms. Frank.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Ms. Dent.
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay. I see no more lights. Are we done with the calendar?
Let's hope so.
I believe we're done with the calendar. Okay. I did. Okay. We will now move to item 7.06, Board Internal Audit Office Code BBF.
Good afternoon, President Tobin, members of the board, Bob Mosier, Chief Communications Officer, joined by Grace Wilson, Acting Legislative and Policy Specialist. Here to present policy BBF, Board Internal Audit Office. It is here for you on second reading, no comments during the 30-day public comment period. And I would just make one note that the passage of this policy down the road would be accompanied by rescinding policy DDD. I just want to put that on the record. That will answer any questions you have.
Okay, Ms. Corkadell.
If there are no further questions from members as it relates to the substantive, I would just like to clarify that the audit committee has had discussions about this because one of our jobs is to make sure is to kind of engage with audit. And there were 3 total amendments that the audit committee wanted considered. And now this did not coincide like it normally does with how we do drafts. But nonetheless, the request to review this did come out of audit. And thanks to some diligence and a lot of hard work in the background that went on for multiple days and everybody clearing their calendar, thank you to Mr. Silkworth, our vice president, who in the absence of Dr. Tobin kind of helped pull enough things together. And thanks to our attorney, our board attorney, who figured out how to make it all work. So 2 out of the 3 amendments are actually applicable for this particular policy. The 3rd amendment that we were tossing around is actually better suited in a different policy for a different moment in time. And so that will be addressed according to our committee standards. So because of the substantive nature and in light of the fact that we do need to do a retraction of DDD, which was not originally presented in the first reader, as I had indicated in our prior meeting where this was on the agenda, I think it would be beneficial because of how significant the internal auditor is. And this is such a legal defined lane. We want to make sure we get this right. And I would be remiss if I did not ask and seek advice of the policy committee of our recommendations, because we're not policy, we are audit, right, as a committee. So we're formally recommending a couple amendments. I'd like them to go through the policy committee and then also as a result, that outcome, and if there's difference, then include the originals as well, be shared with the members in preparation. So that is going to involve a couple things. Number one is that our policy on policy does allow us some off ramps to take some time if amendments that are substantive or otherwise events come up, to allow us to, in the middle of our readers, to have an opportunity to have our colleagues review it in committee. And so in light of that, I would like to motion, if the president is okay at this time, I move to revert the second reader of policy, I should always put on my glasses, BBF, to review 2 amendments that the audit committee is recommending, and that the second reader resume thereafter.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Schulheim, your light's on?
Yeah, I have a question about this. So it has been the practice is dictated by our policy to address amendments during readers and not revert things as a matter of practice back to committee. So if this were to go through, when it comes back, are we restarting the reader process, or are we starting on the second? Are we bringing it back for third then?
No, we'll bring it back on second.
On second reader. So it will come back just as it is. Okay. I mean, I guess the concern I have is that this becomes a practice. We could have just as easily, or anyone or any group of people or a committee even could have brought those amendments today to have discussed and put forth and either voted up or down. Well, voted up or down today within the reader process. I just don't want to make this a habit of, oops, I forgot X, Y, or Z. It has to go back to committee. That's not what our policy on policy states. And so there's my concern on this.
Dr. Tobin, as the person who done that, I can give factual information on background if that is helpful, or leave the comments as is, but I would like to speak upon conclusion to some of the concerns.
I think that's my sense is that's a conversation we can have further on. I mean, I think concerns have been voiced, but this is a process that we had laid out. And I think in the interest of time, quite frankly, I'm not sure we need to go into that right now publicly, but if there's.
I would like to, though, have final comments that would address also the concerns.
Because brought the motion.
That it's not as it is being reported.
So I believe the next light was Ms. Dent.
Thank you, Madam President. So, Ms. Schulheim, as always, I appreciate your advice, and I understand that the norm for policy that we've modified, and I've taken into consideration on both times. So what we did this time was consult with legal counsel to make sure, and consult with the policy chair, and consult, so that we can make sure that the amendments that was added into the policy was not one that was going to, debunk the intent of the policy, but 2, that the timeline didn't just follow through a process simply because we have a policy for first, second, and third reading. We really want to address, and they're very important amendments. And the reason we didn't bring them before the committee today was because they are very lengthy. And we did have to have a lot of legal reviews and a lot of conversation about the amendments. And I think that we're at a point now to where we do need to support that the amendments go back into the policy committee so that they can be reviewed appropriately. So when they come back to the second reading, you'll have all the documentation, and you won't just have a draft, if you will, of redlining and a whole bunch of other information that you may or may not need. So based off the information that we got from the attorney, this was the best way forward. And so I support that.
Ms. Frank.
Yeah, Ms. Dent answered or stated a lot of what I was thinking. There have been a couple of policies where I had suggestions, and Ms. Dent said, I'm going to bring that back to the committee because I don't want to hash this out on the dais. We'll do it thoughtfully. We'll bring it back. I really appreciate that. I think it's a good way to go. I think it's a good direction to go. So just to be clear, I mean, that's how we're proceeding from now on, correct?
So just to be clear, the answer going forward is that we are going to modify the policy of the policy committee.
Okay.
And that's important because
Okay.
to Ms. Shawhan's point, the way the policy is as written is that this should continue the process. Go from second reading, we vote yeah, nay on it, and go on to third reading, and then we rescind the policy and start back over again.
Got it.
That's just a long, inundated process that doesn't get us to where we're going. So because of that, we are going to modify the structure of our policy and then start that back, keep the process going that we have right now. It is helpful for me, for board members, if they have a problem, to tell me so that we don't hash it out on the dais, but that is in the best interest of AACPS. I don't want policies going through for the sake of policy. I want them to be effective policies, that they are responsive, as we're supposed to be, to the members of not only the AACPS, but to the public as well. So I want policies that we can actually use.
I appreciate it. No, I absolutely appreciate the way that you are starting to morph this and you're taking us into a bit of a new direction. But I do appreciate it because it gives me more time to kind of absorb it, and then it goes back, and then I can read it again in a little different light. And I think that you have done a really good job, and I appreciate it.
Okay, Ms. Corkadell.
So I just want to thank everyone for this consideration. And as I pointed out, as I said, when we were in first reader, I had indicated that the audit committee had recommended to update this policy. And we did a really good job of capturing some of the legal and all of the internal auditors' commentary, but the committee's recommendations that should have been brought forth as a draft to the policy committee in the first place did not occur. And it's an unfortunate occurrence. And so I want to thank Ms. Dent and Dr. Tobin and Mr. Silkworth, because we figured out a solution to make sure that we stayed within our policy boundaries here, and also well respected the need to revisit. And there were other things actually, including the revocation of DDD, that also was not quite there in its first reader and its form, and that normally would have occurred. So there were several little things that had materialized that we were also uncovering as we continue to provide for that new position, not new position, but replacement. There has been, in the course of conversations, in the course of the job stuff and everything else, that it seemed like there were several things that we could do, perhaps improve upon. And so I want to thank Ms. Dunn again and her committee for being willing to take that extra time. And so I'm comfortable that we are meeting our true objective of policy on policy. And I do look forward to some cleanup and an improvement. We did a very structural, holistic change to that policy several years ago. And we put it through a lot of tests. And I think always that, improve and tweak and better ourselves is in order. So I do look forward to that. But, as I said, this is just one of those areas we've got to absolutely get correct. And this is not an opinion-based stuff. None of the amendments you guys are going to see are would nice to have or a feeling or about an issue. This is pretty straightforward stuff. It's audit stuff. Thank you all so very much, and I hope you will consider supporting this. And if you ultimately, if the amendments are not appealing to you, you can, of course, vote against that, because that would be the next step. But then after the committee has done their diligence, and just like we did, I know, with our ethics policy, when Ms. Schalheim had multiple, amendments through, Mr. Leib, who was at the time chair of the policy committee, had opened up that opportunity. And so that was our first test on that. And it was very successful because it allowed that voice, and also give our public some comment time too. So thank you. And because policy committee is public, correct? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Corkadell. Okay, seeing no more lights, Ms. Howell.
Mr. McGrath.
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth.
Aye.
Ms. Frank.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Ms. Dent. Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay. Item 8, review items. Award of contracts. Any questions? Okay, that brings us to,
Motion
to
to
adjourn.
adjourn.
did somebody second?
Second.
Motion to adjourn. Yes,
Am I
did.
hearing complaints? No.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that our next board meeting will occur in 1 week instead of 2. So next Wednesday, the 14th, we will be back here at 6:30 PM. Have a great week. Thank you.